Hello everyone, I'm Thomas, and I'm here to help you unwind and drift off tonight. I know many of you use this video to fall asleep, so before you get too cozy, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to my channel, Stories for Sleep. Also, let me know in the comments, where are you from and what time is it as you're watching this. Now settle in, get comfortable, and let yourself relax.
The Artist.
There's this painting my wife loves called Death and Life by Klimt. I don't know what she finds so fascinating about it. I made all the right noises when she showed me her beloved framed print when we were first dating, oohing and ahing and making up some bullshit about warm and cold color schemes and the specific choice of angles and line. She was an artist. Our first few dates involved long walks through museums, starting in Picasso's Blue Period and ending in heavy petting and blue balls. I took an art history course as an elective when I was finishing up my doctorate. I remembered enough of the lingo to charm my fantastically gorgeous future wife and lure her back to my stupidly filthy apartment. We're talking me as the foul bachelor frog, sitting on a lily pad made of empty takeout containers surrounded by pond, of enough unwashed clothes to keep a laundromat in business for a cool 6 months. I remember scrambling to find 2 of any sort of cup-like container for the bottle of wine we had brought back while she was in the bathroom. I rinsed out a couple of coffee mugs and ran into the bedroom to try to clean up the condom wrappers that had been sitting on my bedside table since 2003. On the bed, neatly laid out against the rest of the chaos, were my wife's dress, bra, and panties. She came out of the bathroom completely nude aside from a pair of high heels, took the wine from me and took a swig straight from the bottle. I fell totally, completely, and irrevocably in love. I have no head for artistic things. I work in finance. I get creative with numbers, not paint, but I really love her stuff. She's made a name for herself over the past few years. Critics call her the American Damien Hirst. One of her first exhibits was composed of a dozen oil paintings of rotting pastries surrounding an actual cake filled with thousands of dead ladybugs being fed to a mummified tarantula dressed up as Little Miss Muffet. I have no idea what it meant, but it was sick, successful, and catered by Balthazar, so I ate about 20 croissants. They did not have bugs in them. I checked. She was amazing. She had the body of a Laker girl and the face of a Modigliani model, and still does. She's charming, charismatic, deep, the kind of person people flock to, want to be around constantly. She made love like she had something to prove. She had a twisted sense of humor. As soon as I hooked a job with enough figures to keep a girl like her satisfied the way she should be, I proposed, bought her a historical brownstone in the city with a garden full of roses and hardwood mahogany floors. And for the first few years, she seemed happy. We were the kind of couple you see in New York Magazine and scoff at because they're just too damned lucky. But we had a rough spot, like all married couples do. She was still superficially the same woman I fell in love with, looked amazing. People always asked me when she was going to host the next dinner party. She still had an amazing eye for art. I knew, though. I knew she was miserable. I could see it, the misery in the corners of her eyes and the curve of her mouth. It happened gradually. First, it was the shower curtain. She bought 3 or 4 from a small boutique downtown, brought them home so we could choose one out together. We decided on one, pale blue, made of material that was impractical and way too expensive for a drapery in a bathroom, but we had the money, and it made her happy, so why the hell not? A few days later, I was shaving and realized she still hadn't put the curtain up. It wasn't until about a month after that I caught a glimpse of it hanging up in her studio, cut to shreds and dyed. till it was almost unrecognizable. I chose to ignore it because I had learned it's usually not the best course of action to call an artist out on their creative license, unless you want to start an all-out war with no discernible end. A year after that, though, I had no choice. She had been so on edge it was like she was standing on a razor. She usually had a show every 3-4 months or so, and if anything, she had too many ideas. The galleries always asked her to trim down her collections. When the year passed, without so much as a single finished painting, I started to worry, both about her well-being and our bank account. We were extravagant spenders, and each of her shows would bring in a cool $20,000 that paid for a few months of European beaches and ski trips in Aspen. The final straw, though, is when she burned down the roses. It turned out she had finished dozens of projects over the year. She had hated all of it and had either destroyed or painted over everything. While I was at the office, she flew off the handle, doused about 16 canvases in lighter fluid, and set the yard on fire. When I got the call from the fire department, I rushed home to find her sitting in the back of the ambulance covered in ashes, blonde hair singed at the ends. She was smoking a cigarette. I looked over the burnt flowers, the skeletons of her paintings, the ruined limbs of broken sculptures, and asked her what happened and why. She took a drag of the cigarette and said it was mine to burn. She took big, fancy pictures of the inferno, a family of bunnies suffocated in the smoke. She had them stuffed and mounted in size order on a baking soda volcano, like the kind you see in middle school science fairs. She gathered up a few of the charred bits and pieces, wired it together, and made some warped, pained-looking kind of phoenix thing weighing in at 400 pounds and easily over 8 feet high. She called the whole thing From the Ashes, and the reviews in the Times called it incendiary. Her first foray into becoming a true artist. Someone bought the phoenix. I pity the person who wakes up every day and looks at that strange thing, suspended in constant agony. We were both drunk at a random, expensive, vaguely Dante's Inferno-themed bar in San Francisco when I finally got a chance to ask her what was bothering her. We had been making dark jokes all night about the beautiful irony of her show and our current locale. At first she vehemently denied anything was wrong, angrily pointing out that we had made 4 times as much off of her last show as anything before it, that it had more than covered the damages, that it had paid for the vacation we were on. I stayed silent. She tossed her newly cropped hair and looked like she was going to open up for a second. I saw her soft blue eyes fill with tears. Then she took a shot of whiskey from a glass that had a bull's head and smirked. "Well, for starters," she slurred, nonchalantly dangling the glass from the bull's nose ring, "I'm fairly certain I'm pregnant." She let the glass drop from her finger and it shattered on the floor as she slid out of her seat and stumbled to the exit. I sat there for a while and drank more, feeling furious, confused, and miserable. I remembered her face when she showed me that Klimt painting. I remembered how she wore glasses back then, and how she pushed them up the bridge of her nose when she smiled, as I talked about the warm and the cold colors and the angles and lines. We converted her studio into a nursery. Rather, I did, while she stayed in San Francisco and did God knows what with her artist friends. I had a landscaper come in and replant the roses. I worked a lot of overtime, drank myself to sleep while I skimmed through parenting books. She came back when she was almost full term. I came home from work one night to find sonogram pictures posted all over the fridge of 2 healthy-looking twins, big baby girls. I walked into our bedroom and saw her dead asleep on top of the covers, belly swollen, smelling faintly like pot and paint thinner. She had a rainbow of dried paint on her fingertips. I loosened my tie and walked to the nursery. She had been busy. The canary yellow I had chosen was covered in a layer of translucent blue, and she had covered one wall in Klimt-esque patterns and curlicues. The creamy plush carpet was covered in paint splatters. She had worked furiously to finish. She had cut a swath from one of the new rose bushes and made a giant bouquet, shoving them so tightly in the vase that some had escaped and made their way from their perch on the changing table to the floor. She had scattered them in the bassinet on the windowsill. It was chaotic and beautiful. The next few years were peaceful, for the most part. We bonded over raising the girls. Despite my wife's less than careful prenatal preparation, they were wickedly smart and beautiful. They both looked like her, with long, curly blonde ringlets and blue eyes. Sometimes, when I put them to bed, I wondered if any of my DNA was in them at all. They were like miniature versions of her. My wife agreed to see a psychiatrist for a little bit. She took some medication for a while, Xanax, some mood stabilizers. Eventually, she and her doctor decided her crisis had been hormonal and temporary. We started having dinner parties again, soothed the gossip that had infected our social circles. She stopped painting and took up teaching at a university. She seemed content again, even happier than she was before. Every once in a while, I would catch a look in her eyes like repressed artillery fire, like she was ready to explode at any second. But it never lasted for longer than a few seconds before they went back to the soft cornflower blue I knew so well. And who doesn't get a little agitated every once in a while? I rose through the ranks at work. I loved the feeling of power that came with promotions. I loved my girls, and by God, I loved her, my crazy, disgusting, beautiful, hateful, and loving, extraordinary wife. Then came today. Today, I came home from work early. Today, my wife took the day off to be a chaperone on a class trip to the Metropolitan Museum. They were after her for months because of her expertise in the art world. They wanted the children to experience the culture in the most sophisticated way possible. I thought it was ridiculous. They were 1 to 3-year-olds in a private daycare. They saw more beauty in Cheerios than in Monet's water lilies. But they wore my wife down. And she was given a gaggle of toddlers and wide-eyed teachers to tour around the museum. I came home for lunch because I had forgotten my iPad that had notes on it for a presentation I was giving that night. I walked through the rose garden and noticed a tiny piece of sculpture left over from the Ashes exhibit from so long ago. It was half of a tiny bird. It had the kind of exquisite detail that my wife used to be so famous for. I was pretty sure it was an actual bird that she had cast in clay. I thought I could see a small piece of feather in one of the cracks. I idly wondered why I hadn't noticed it before. I went inside and poured myself a glass of orange juice. The fridge had pictures that my daughters drew, happy, crooked stick figures that looked nothing like the beautiful horrors their mother used to churn out. I was happy about that. I hoped they would fall in love with numbers like I did. It was absolutely silent, and I sipped the sweet citrus and enjoyed the nothingness. Then I thought I caught a vague scent of fresh paint in the air. Curious, I walked into the living room, and there was my wife, sitting on the leather couch with a bottle of wine, looking like an angel of death. She was covered head to toe in blue-gray body paint, with a special concentration underneath her eyes. She was wearing a revealing patchwork blue dress, covered in crosses of various shapes and sizes. Not a dress, I realized, but the shredded shower curtain from so many years ago. I could see most of her still perfect breasts, the curve of her waist. The bottle of wine was elongated and painted a strange shade of orange. The smell of paint was stronger in here, an overwhelming smell of lighter fluid and something else I couldn't place. She had shaven her head. I stared at her for a while, minutes, an hour maybe. Eventually, she took a swig of wine from the bottle, swirling it around in her mouth. I noticed paint, deep blues, and even deeper reds around her fingers. I sat down in the armchair across from her, unable to think of what exactly I wanted to ask her. Maybe because I knew, maybe because I didn't want to know. I noticed a camera on the table between us. I went to pick it up and she rested her gray hand on mine before I could, softly, gently, with all the familiarity of years of marriage. She opened her mouth to speak, soft pink lips made pallid by the paint. They were mine, and I've been sitting here, knowing what's behind the door to my daughter's room, with the klimt wall we never repainted, knowing why my phone keeps ringing with calls from the school, from the NYPD, knowing why I couldn't find my sleeping pills last night, knowing what that smell is, seeing in my peripheral the red pooling and staining the carpet from underneath the door, the pile of clothes neatly folded next to my wife on the couch. I can picture that thick wire she used to fit all of her subjects where she wanted them. What a perfect, detailed recreation it must be, because she's so perfect. I see the phoenix in my mind's eye. I hope, when she flicks that cigarette she's about to light, we both fiercely burn. How to successfully ransom a child. Hello, no sleep. I have lurked on this site for a while, but I feel it is time to share some things with you. Honestly, I'm only doing this because I am sick of hearing about people kidnapping kids and doing it all wrong. I have successfully ransomed over a dozen children. Some might call me an expert. I want to tell you how to do it correctly. Maybe then you'll start doing it right. I'm going to use my most recent conquest as an example. Her name is Sophie. You don't need to know my name. The first step is to choose a kid. Gender doesn't matter, but I prefer girls. If you want the best ransom, you'll want to pick a family that is tight-knit. The more the parents love the kid, the more they'll give up to get it back. Choose a family in a town you don't live in. Ideally, it should be at least an hour away. You must have no connection to the family. They don't know you, but you will learn everything about them. I picked Sophie because she had braided pigtails. I like that. She was just big enough to do some things on her own, but still little, small, smooth. I grabbed Sophie on her way home from school. But before taking her, I did my research. This is where so many people fail. You have to study the family. You have to know when they leave the house, what hobbies they have, who visits, and where the breaks in the chain are. You need to spend a lot of time watching, waiting. There is so much waiting, but it makes the prize so much better. Sophie's family lived in a farmhouse in a small town. Their police force consisted of a sheriff and only a few officers. A smaller police force will help you. To make yourself less noticeable, don't use the same car to watch the house in. Changing colors and kinds of car will make it impossible to track you. It took 5 months for the perfect opportunity. Sophie usually walked home with a friend. The way home was through a field, out of sight from any house. But the friend was a barrier. I was lucky. The friend was sick. She didn't go to school. So Sophie walked alone, her backpack hanging off one arm, her precious blonde hair braided in those long silken pigtails. Don't hurt her. Make it fast. One arm around the diaphragm, the other over her mouth. She is small. Carry her to your car. Don't lean in and smell her hair. Once you have the kid, the real work starts. You'll want to send a ransom note in the mail. Emails and phone calls are too easily traceable. A letter you can simply place in any mailbox. Leave the return address blank. Keep her quiet. No one can hear her, but silence makes it better. In your letter, you'll explain that you have the child. You will not harm the child as long as the family is willing to pay the ransom. As far as the amount of money, it needs to be a reasonable amount, significant enough to warrant an abduction, but low enough that a typical family could raise the amount. I usually stick between $20,000 and $50,000. An average family can get a loan for that amount if needed. Ideally, the letter should arrive the day after the kid is taken. The family will have already called the police. This letter will incite even more fear. You cannot go to the house. Do not drive by. Do not go to the town, no matter how much you want to. And you will want to. You may watch the news. You may rub the strands between your fingers. You may plan your next move, but nothing else. In the first letter, you'll simply say you will call with more instructions. Doctor, not call. The family will be waiting by the phone. They will not leave the house. The FBI may have been called. A wiretap will be placed. Every conversation will be recorded. You cannot let them hear your voice. Sophie's hair tastes like laundry soap and freshly mowed grass. Next, it is time to write your second letter. It should be sent 2 weeks after the first. In this letter, you will include something written by the kid. This is to prove that it is alive. Make it write about things you would have no way of knowing. You should also include a picture of it, fully dressed, with a newspaper. The letter will remind them of the ransom amount. Say you are anxious to get the money. You will contact them soon with the drop location. Remember the smoothness. Sophie. Software sweet. Syrup. After the second letter is another waiting period. This one is longer. It has to be at least a few months. That's when you will be tested. You will want to call them, to reach out. But trust your instincts. The prize is worth the waiting. Spend time with Sophie. Tell her about your father. Your secrets are safe with her. You can trust her. When the wait is over, you will send the last letter. In it, you will include a picture of the kid in different clothes, haircut, but smiling, holding another newspaper. It can write something to its parents, but it isn't realty important. What does matter is your exact instructions. The money must be in cash and untraceable. The drop point must be in the middle of a popular wooded area in the early morning, around 5 a.m. The area should be at least an hour away. The entire family must bring the money to the site. No cops allowed. The family must wait an hour at the location, with the money in the spot. Then the kid will be released to them. The reunited family must then return home immediately and never speak of this event again. Of course, the family will not follow all of the rules. Police will no doubt join them at the site, hiding. But that's okay. You never planned to go there in the first place. After all, Sophie has been dead since the day after you took her. She has to die. It's part of the plan. You use her, love her, take her hair, and then she is gone. It is gone. It is now with the other it's bloated empty shells, deflated balloons hanging from the ceiling. You have to make it write the letters when you take it home. You tell it what dates to write. You take the 2 pictures that first day too. Just edit the newspaper to match the correct dates. It's not hard. The waiting is hard. But the prize is worth the wait. Silken braided pigtails. You can suck on the ends as you drive to the house. It tastes like a little dead girl. but the hare was already dead. No one will be at the house when you get there. Everyone, including the authorities, will be at the drop site. Now it is their turn to wait for something that will never come. You have to break into the house. This is where you will collect your ransom. You may take anything that is of any worth: televisions, jewelry, computers. If the computers do not have a password, most don't. There is another task you must complete. Delete all photos of it. Log into any social media. Most people leave themselves logged in. And delete any reference to it. Photos, quotes, artwork. Do the same around the house. Take all the family pictures. Take any art it drew, anything with its name on it. Make it look like there never was a child in the house at all. The process can take a long time. Be thorough. Think of the braids in your front seat, the smoothness. And finally, as you drive away, you can collect your ransom, your prize. Sure, you can sell the items you stole. It won't make you that much money, but that's not the real reason to do this. What you will collect is the knowledge that you destroyed that family. They will never see their kid again, never smell its hair. You own it now. They will never recover. All of their treasured items are gone. You have stolen their sanity, joy, safety. They will never be able to trust again. And that fact tastes almost as good as the pigtails. So there you go. That's how you successfully ransom a child. Now all of you out there have no excuse to do it wrong. Betsy the doll. Like most people these days, I had a fucked up childhood. Who doesn't, right? My father took off before I was born, and my mother was left to care for me on her own, a skill she was sorely lacking. My mother slipped right back into the drug-addled party lifestyle she'd enjoyed before I was born, and had soon turned our 2-bedroom apartment into an opium den. For the first 5 years of my life, I walked around in a confused, terrifying mist. The smoky air would flood down the hallway from our living room and slip under my bedroom door. It always seemed to linger for days. I know now that my mother wasn't a bad person, just a victim of her addictions. When she did have spare money, she would put food in the house or buy me clothes from Goodwill. The only pieces of furniture I had in my bedroom was a mattress set and a little blue and white toy chest. Not that I had a lot of toys to put in it, of course. Just the 3 I had gotten for birthdays. One was an art kit, one was a red wagon, and the last, my pride and joy, was a doll named Betsy. Betsy was my best friend. We would have imaginary tea parties together, sleep together, and even take baths together. Sometimes I even remember her voice. When I thought back on my conversations with the doll in adulthood, I realized that I was likely suffering from delusions, thanks to the always present butts of smoke that laid claim to the dingy hallways and drafty bedrooms of our small apartment. Still, I remember the sound of her voice, a pleasant, tingling lilt that was almost always coupled with a raucous giggle. I also remember the things that she said to me and the things she wanted me to do. She asked me to steal usual food or pens and pencils. She wanted me to bring her forks and knives and hit the bad man who slept on our couch. It was always something, and I would always get in trouble. But she wouldn't. When I told my mother who had put me up to these games, she would scoff and shake her head. She never believed me. Adults never do. Around my 6th birthday, I asked my mother for a birthday party. I wanted to invite the mean girls from school and serve them cake and ice cream to make them like me. I remember standing in the kitchen that day with such hopes, having just asked the most important question of my entire life. The glass bottle of Coca-Cola I held was shaking in my nervous hands. I waited with bated breath as my mother continued putting groceries away, almost as if she hadn't heard me, but I knew she had. Finally, just as I had failed a second time to muster the courage to repeat my question, she turned around and gave me a flippant shake of her head. "A birthday party? Laura, that's ridiculous. I can't afford to feed 15 children that aren't even mine. Hell, I can barely afford to feed you. You eat like an elephant, especially for a girl your size. Or, I'm sorry, Betsy does. There's barely anything left for me to eat around here, much less a classroom of other people's brats." My face fell as she shook her head, mumbled something else under her breath, and stumbled off into the living room. I heard the music go up then as more people walked in the door. Some left, some stayed. I never knew them either way. It simply wasn't fair. My mother threw parties all the time. What about me? I was a kid. All my friends had birthday parties, and now the mean girls at school would know I was too poor to have one, and they would tease me even more. I felt tears start to well in the corners of my eyes, and I choked back a sob while I ran to my room and slammed the door behind me. Betsy was lying on the bed and smiling. She was always smiling. Usually it made me feel better, but today it just made me angry. She just kept staring at me, smiling. She was going to tell me to do something bad, again. This was why Mother wouldn't throw me a birthday party. It was because of all the trouble I got into because of her. This was her fault. Betsy didn't have to go to school, and Betsy never got in trouble like I did. And in my young mind, I truly believed it was the doll, not my mother, who was to blame for everything. I snapped then. I screamed in indignant rage, and I threw the bottle as hard as I could at the bed. It hit Betsy on her forehead, and she fell on the floor. Good. I picked up the bottle and I hit her again and again. I thought I heard her laugh, and I hit her harder. Then I laughed. When my rage was spent, I dragged Betsy to my toy chest and threw her in. I slammed it shut and kicked the chest against the wall. I never wanted to see Betsy again. Ever. I never owned another doll after Betsy. About a week later, the police came and two nice ladies took me to live in a new home in a new state, with food and toys and no drugs. The trunk went into storage and the wagon disappeared. I never saw my mother again. As I got older, my foster parents admitted she was in jail, doing 25 years. That was fine with me. I felt nothing for her anyway. I still had nightmares because of my life with that woman. But then slowly, I began to heal. I focused on doing well in school, and I ignored my mother's letters from prison. She reached out to me several times in my 20s as well, but I always declined her calls. That is, until this morning. I'm 30 now, with my own children and a loving, honest husband. I have a beautiful house, 2 dogs, and a career as a social worker trying to make a difference for kids who had it bad like me. I'm happy, I'm steady, and I'm content. So when I got a voicemail from my mother informing me she had been paroled and that she wished to speak, decided to let her say her piece. Since the kids were home from school, I went out into our shed in the backyard to return my mother's call. The shed was the children's domain, and they used it to play in the summer. I sat on my old toy chest, which was currently being used as tea party table, and dialed the number she had left me. 3 rings. Hello? Laura? Hello, Mother. How are you? Oh, Laura, thank you for speaking to me. I know you have your own life now and a family. I would love to meet them someday. I just wanted to tell you how sorry I am for everything. Mother, you are not meeting my kids, ever. And since you called me, I am going to what I have needed to say for years. The opium, the heroin, they destroyed you. And the worst of it is that you almost took me down with you. I was 5. That was no home for a child. Honestly, I'm surprised it took you so long to get caught. Laura, I know how it seems, but I honestly know nothing. Look, it hardly matters, and I do understand why you would feel that way, why you would hate me and not want me to meet your little ones. I learned a lot about forgiveness while I was away, and just, oh, Laura, I am so sorry about Betsy. Betsy? I paused, confused. Why would you care about her? I know, Laura. Believe me, I do. It was all my fault, the drugs, the partying, and Betsy. Oh, God, if I had only paid attention, if I had only known. She's gone, and it's because of me. As my mother began to cry, I tapped my fingers on the toy box, impatiently. The drugs had clearly fried her brain. Mother, I sighed, why are you talking about Betsy? And why do you even care? I know where Betsy is, right underneath me. What are you talking about, Laura? Oh God, where is she? I shifted uncomfortably. Well, Betsy's in the trunk, where she's always been. There was a beat of stunning silence. What do you mean your sister's in the trunk? Sister? What the hell are you talking about? Back on drugs so soon? That's a record, even for you. Betsy is a goddamn doll. I locked her in my toy box a few days before you got arrested for possession. Laura. Oh God, no. Laura, what have you done? I wasn't arrested because of the drugs, Laura. I was arrested because of Betsy's disappearance. You always called her your little doll, but we thought you knew. Oh God, we thought you knew. Laura, no, what have you done to my baby? My mind had gone blank, and with no emotion I set the phone down next to me and stood up. I could hear the muffled sound of my mother's anguished cries and feel the dark clutch of possibility in my own chest. Memories were stirring in the back of my mind, threatening to flood forward into my consciousness. They pushed against a door in my mind that had been locked so tightly for so long that I had forgotten it was even there. Was it even possible? Could the trauma and the opium have really led me to believe that a small child was actually doll, begging for food and utensils to eat with, asking me to protect her from the bad man? No. I slowly turned around and brought my eyes down the makeshift tea party table. Surely it was too small. You couldn't fit a person in there. You couldn't. But then, what about a very small, starving, emaciated child? What about her? Would she fit? Would an investigator even bother looking for a person in this chest? I knew I wouldn't. It was just too small. And I was sure we had opened the toy box at some point over the years, hadn't we? Or had something swimming in the dark recesses of my memories always stopped me? I couldn't remember ever seeing it open. I knelt down to the ground and opened the clasps. It would be better to not look. After all that I had overcome, this new life that I had earned for myself, it could all be undone by opening this toy box. I shouldn't open it. I should throw it in a landfill and forget it ever existed. I should not look inside. I opened the chest. I never had a doll. My mother never could afford to buy me one. I never had a wagon either, for that matter. But I did have a toy box, a pretty blue and white toy box. And when I was 5, I beat my little sister to death and put her in it. The mirror call. There are things in this world that defy explanation. As a sheriff's deputy in rural Montana, I've seen my fair share of strange occurrences, unexplained lights in the mountains, livestock mutilations that made even veteran ranchers queasy, and the occasional missing person case that just didn't add up. But nothing, absolutely nothing, prepared me for what happened during my graveyard shift last October. It was just past 2 a.m. when the call came in. The night was unusually still, with a heavy blanket of fog hugging the ground and temperatures hovering just above freezing. I'd been parked on the side of Old Mill Road, catching up on paperwork and drinking coffee that had long since gone cold when dispatch crackled to life. Unit 47, we've got a 1091V at 1879 Stillwater Lane. Elderly female resident reporting a possible intruder. I keyed my radio. Copy that. En route. A 1091V meant a suspicious person or vehicle, but something in dispatch's tone made me uneasy. Susan, our night dispatcher for the past 15 years, usually maintained a matter-of-fact demeanor. Tonight, there was an edge to her voice I'd never heard before. Be advised, she added after a pause. Caller is unusually distressed. Claims someone is in her mirror. I frowned. Come again? Caller states there's someone in her bedroom mirror mimicking her movements, but with a delay. She's requesting immediate assistance. I threw the cruiser into drive, flipping on my lights, but leaving the siren off. Stillwater Lane was out in the sticks, a good 20 minutes from my location. The fog seemed to thicken as I drove, swallowing my headlights and creating the unsettling illusion that the road itself was disappearing beneath my tires. Can you give me any additional details? I asked, trying to piece together what I might be walking into. Elderly resident, possible confusion or dementia, maybe prescription medications. Caller identified herself as Margaret Aldrich, age 76, lives alone since her husband passed last spring. No prior calls to this address, no history of mental health issues or substance abuse. She's remarkably lucid, deputy. Says she first noticed something was off about 3 hours ago when she got up to use the bathroom. Claims her reflections movements were delayed by maybe half a second. Says it's gotten progressively worse. I accelerated slightly, the cruiser's engine growling as we climbed into the foothills. Is she secure? Affirmative. She's locked herself in the bedroom. Says she's sitting completely still in front of her vanity mirror. Susan hesitated again. She says she's afraid to move because her reflection isn't stopping when she does anymore. A chill that had nothing to do with the October air crept down my spine. I dealt with plenty of mental health calls over the years, but something about this one felt different. The specificity of the complaint, the caller's reported lucidity, Susan's obvious unease, it all added up to something that didn't quite fit the usual patterns. The fog parted briefly as I turned onto Stillwater Lane, revealing a nearly full moon hanging low and bloated in the sky. The street was a long dirt road, lined with ancient cottonwoods, their bare branches reaching toward each other like skeletal fingers. 1879 turned out to be the last house on the left, a well-maintained Victorian sitting alone on a small hill. A single light burned in an upstairs window. I radioed my arrival to dispatch and approached the front door, my boots crunching on frost-covered leaves. A security camera mounted above the entrance tracked my movement, its red LED blinking steadily. The porch light clicked on automatically as I climbed the steps. The door was locked, but Margaret had told dispatch where to find the spare key, under a fake rock next to the hydrangea bushes. Inside, the house was silent except for the soft tick of an antique grandfather clock in the foyer. The air smelled of lavender and furniture polish, with an underlying mustiness common to older homes. "Mrs. Aldrich?" I called out, one hand resting on my holstered weapon. "This is Deputy Hayes with the Sheriff's Department. I'm coming upstairs." No response. The staircase creaked under my weight, despite my attempts to move quietly. Family photos lined the wall. Margaret and who I assumed was her late husband in younger days, children, grandchildren, all smiling out from behind dusty glass. At the top of the stairs, only one door was closed. Warm light spilled out from underneath. I knocked softly. "Mrs. Aldrich? Are you all right?" "Please come in, Deputy." The voice was thin, but steady. I'm afraid to take my eyes off it. I turned the handle slowly, announcing my movements. "I'm opening the door now, ma'am." The bedroom was large but cluttered, dominated by a massive four-poster bed with heavy burgundy curtains. Margaret Aldrich sat ramrod straight on a small stool in front of an ornate vanity mirror, her silver hair pulled back in a neat bun, wearing a pale blue nightgown. She didn't turn to look at me. "Thank God you're here," she whispered. "Watch carefully. Don't make any sudden movements." I approached cautiously, scanning the room for any signs of an intruder. Nothing seemed out of place. The windows were locked, the curtains drawn. As I drew closer to Margaret, I could see her reflection in the mirror, an exact duplicate, down to the slight tremor in her clasped hands. "Ma'am, can you tell me what's been happening?" "It started small," she said, her eyes never leaving the mirror. So small I thought I was imagining it. Just the tiniest lag when I would move, like watching a video feed with poor reception. But it got worse. The delay kept growing. And now, she swallowed hard. Now it's not stopping when I do. I studied the mirror carefully. It looked antique, with an elaborate silver frame covered in twisting vines and what appeared to be faces worked into the metalwork. Margaret's reflection stared back, perfectly mimicking her position. "I don't see any," I started to say, but Margaret cut me off. "Wait, watch. I'm going to raise my right hand very slowly. Keep your eyes on the mirror." She lifted her hand with agonizing slowness. Her reflection did the same. Then Margaret stopped. Her reflection didn't. The hand in the mirror continued rising for exactly 3 seconds after Margaret had gone still. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I blinked hard, convinced I was seeing things. But when I opened my eyes, the reality was even worse. Margaret's reflection was smiling. She wasn't. "Jesus Christ," I breathed, instinctively reaching for my weapon. "Don't!" Margaret's voice was sharp with fear. "Any sudden movements make it worse. The more agitated you become, the more it deviates." I forced myself to remain calm, though my heart was hammering against my ribs. "How long has it been acting independently?" "About an hour. At first it was just the delay. Then it started making tiny changes. A finger twitch here, a slight head tilt there. Things I couldn't be completely sure about. But now," she drew in a shaky breath, "now it's definitely doing things I'm not. And its face is wrong." I could see what she meant. While Margaret's expression was one of barely contained terror, her reflection's smile had grown wider. Too wide. The eyes in the mirror had a gleam that didn't match the flat overhead lighting of the bedroom. "Mrs. Aldrich, I'm going to call for backup, and then we're going to get you out of here." I reached for my radio, keeping my eyes locked on the mirror. The reflection's head tilted slightly, though Margaret hadn't moved a muscle. Its smile widened further, revealing too many teeth. "Dispatch, this is Unit 47. I'm going to need additional units at 1879 Stillwater Lane, and maybe contact Father Morrison at St. Augustine's." "Copy that," Susan replied. "What exactly are we dealing with, Deputy?" I watched in horror as the reflection's eyes began to bleed, dark liquid welling up and spilling down its cheeks, while it maintained that impossible grin. I'm not entirely sure. Just tell them to hurry." "They're saying something," Margaret whispered. "Can you hear it?" I strained my ears. At first there was nothing but the eternal ticking of the grandfather clock downstairs. Then I heard it. A sound like radio static, but forming patterns. Words, almost, but in no language I recognized. The reflection's mouth was moving now, completely independent of Margaret. Its teeth looked sharper than they had a moment ago. The bleeding eyes never blinked. "Mrs. Aldrich, we need to leave. Now. Whatever this is, we can deal with it better if you're safe." She shook her head slightly. "I tried that earlier. It didn't like that." "What happened?" "I made it to the doorway, but when I looked back it was climbing out of the frame." My blood ran cold. "What do you mean, climbing out?" "Just what I said. It pulled itself up to the edge of the mirror, like there was water behind the glass, and started pushing through. That's when I sat back down, and it settled." The static voice was getting louder. The reflection's movements were becoming more pronounced, its head rotating at an angle that would have snapped a human neck. The blood from its eyes had reached its chin, dripping onto the nightgown that was now a deep crimson in the mirror, though Margaret's real nightgown remained pale blue. "Unit 47, backup is en route. ETA 15 minutes. Father Morrison has been contacted." 15 minutes. We had to last 15 minutes with this thing. I tried to think rationally, to fall back on my training, but nothing in the academy had covered anything like this. The reflection was fully animated now, its movements jerky and unnatural, like a marionette being pulled by unseen strings. "The mirror," I said suddenly. "Where did it come from?" Margaret's voice quavered. "It was Herbert's, my husband's. Been in his family for generations. They brought it over from the old country sometime in the 1800s. He always said it was special, that it had properties. I thought he was just being superstitious." "Did he ever mention anything specific? Any rules about using it or times when it acted strangely?" He said never to look into it too long after midnight, and never to let it see you cry. I didn't understand what he meant. How can a mirror see anything? But now, the static suddenly resolved into words, horrible, guttural sounds that made my teeth ache and my vision blur. The reflection's face was barely human now, the skin rippling and bubbling like hot wax. Its hands were pressed against the glass from the other side, the fingers elongated and jointed in impossible ways. "Margaret," it said, in a voice like grinding glass. "Margaret, Margaret, Margaret." She began to tremble. It's never said my name before. The hands were pushing harder now, and I swear I could see the glass beginning to bulge outward. The frame was vibrating, the silver tarnishing before our eyes, those decorative faces in the metalwork beginning to contort in agony. "Backup still 10 minutes out," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Mrs. Aldrich, I need you to listen to me very carefully. When I give the word, I want you to close your eyes and run for the door. Don't look back no matter what you hear. I'll be right behind you." "You don't understand," she whispered. "It's not just in this mirror anymore. Look." I followed her gaze to the windows. In the darkness beyond the glass, I could see our reflections. Both of them were standing, though we remained seated. Both of them were smiling that terrible smile. "Every reflective surface," Margaret continued. "It's spreading, like an infection." She was right. I could see distorted versions of us in the brass doorknob, the silver picture frames on the wall, even the face of my wristwatch. None of the reflections matched our positions anymore. All of them were moving, twitching, reaching. The static voice was coming from everywhere now, a deafening chorus of inhuman sounds. The temperature in the room had dropped so low I could see our breath, but the air felt thick and heavy, like trying to breathe underwater. "Margaret," the thing in the vanity mirror said again, its voice clearer now. "We've missed you. Herbert sends his regards." At the mention of her late husband's name, Margaret let out a small sob. Immediately, every reflection snapped its head toward her, their smiles growing impossibly wider. "You're crying," they said in unison. "He told you never to let us see you cry." The glass of the vanity mirror began to crack, spiderweb patterns spreading from where the thing's hands pressed against it. Dark liquid began to seep through the fissures, but it wasn't reflecting anything in the room. It was coming from whatever was on the other side. "Unit 47, update your status," Susan's voice crackled from my radio. Before I could respond, every reflection spoke at once. "Unit 47, update your status." The sound was like a physical blow. Margaret screamed, breaking her paralysis at last. She lurched to her feet, and all hell broke loose. The vanity mirror shattered explosively, sending shards of glass flying across the room. But instead of falling, the pieces hung suspended in the air, each one containing a different version of the thing's face, all of them laughing. Dark liquid poured from the empty frame like a waterfall, but it flowed upward, defying gravity, forming shapes that hurt my eyes to look at. "Run!" I shouted, grabbing Margaret's arm and yanking her toward the door. Every reflective surface we passed erupted with movement, hands reaching out, faces pressing against the glass, that horrible laughter echoing from everywhere at once. We made it to the hallway, but the photos on the wall had changed. Every smiling family portrait now showed the same twisted figure, multiplied dozens of times, all of them tracking our movement. The glass of each frame began to crack. Margaret stumbled on the stairs, and I barely caught her before she fell. Behind us, I heard the sound of breaking glass, followed by the wet slapping of something moving across the floor. I didn't look back. We hit the ground floor running. The grandfather clock in the foyer struck midnight, though my watch showed 3:27 a.m. With each chime, another mirror or window would shatter, adding more fragments to the swirling vortex of glass and darkness that was pursuing us. The thing's laughter had become deafening, drowning out everything except the sound of our own panicked breathing. We burst out the front door just as red and blue lights appeared at the end of the driveway. Backup had arrived, but as I looked at the cruiser's windshield, I could see the thing's reflection waiting inside, waving at us with those long, wrong fingers. "Stay in the vehicles," I shouted into my radio. "Don't look at any reflective surfaces." The cavalry had arrived in the form of 3 deputies and Father Morrison, the latter still wearing his pajamas under his coat. They took in our terrified expressions, then looked past us to the house. Every window was now illuminated from within by an otherworldly light that seemed to absorb darkness rather than dispel it. Father Morrison stepped forward, clutching his Bible and rosary. "How long has it been manifesting?" "About 4 hours," Margaret managed to gasp out. "It started in Herbert's mirror, but now it's everywhere. It wants something." "Yes," the priest said grimly. "It always does." He explained quickly that he'd encountered something similar before, though never this powerful. The mirror, it seemed, was a gateway of sorts, not just a reflection of our world, but a window into something else, something that had been watching us through every mirror, every pane of glass, every still pool of water since the beginning of time. Usually the boundary between our world and theirs was solid, impassable, but certain objects like Herbert's mirror could wear thin spots in that barrier. And if you looked too long into such places, especially during the hours when the boundary was naturally weaker, like midnight, they started looking back. And if they saw you cry, it meant you were vulnerable. A crack in your armor that matched the crack in reality, giving them purchase, a way to begin pushing through. What followed was the longest night of my life. Father Morrison performed an exorcism that shook the foundations of reality itself. Standing on Margaret's front lawn, he began reciting prayers in Latin, his voice growing stronger with each word, despite the otherworldly screams that erupted from every reflective surface around us. The thing didn't go quietly. The windows of our patrol cars shattered simultaneously, raining glass that hung suspended in the air like deadly wind chimes. Each shard contained a different fragment of that terrible face, all of them screaming, laughing, crying blood that flowed upward against gravity. The very air felt wrong, like we were breathing syrup, and colors began to blur and shift in ways that made my head hurt. Margaret collapsed to her knees, covering her ears against the cacophony of voices, some calling her name, some speaking in tongues, others making sounds that human vocal cords couldn't possibly produce. One voice, deeper than the others, sounded disturbingly like her late husband Herbert. "Don't listen," I shouted, though my voice seemed to be swallowed by the chaos around us. "It's trying to trick you." The security camera above the front door exploded in a shower of sparks, its screen cracking to reveal dozens of tiny versions of the entity, all pressing against the glass from inside the digital display. Every phone in our pockets began to vibrate, screens lighting up with missed calls from numbers that were just strings of zeros. Father Morrison's prayers reached a crescendo, his rosary beads clicking together with supernatural speed. The temperature plummeted so rapidly that frost formed on the grass around our feet, spreading outward in patterns that looked unsettlingly like handprints. The fog that had blanketed the area all night began to coalesce into shapes, tall, spindly figures that lurched and twisted at the edges of our vision. Then Margaret screamed, a sound of pure anguish that cut through everything else. I turned to see her staring at her house, where every window now showed the same image. Herbert, as he must have looked in life, pressing his hands against the glass. But his face was wrong, stretched into that same impossible smile we'd seen in the mirror. "He's been with us all along, Margaret," the thing said, using Herbert's voice, but distorting it, making it echo and overlap with itself until it became a chorus of horror. "Looking through every mirror, every window, every photograph, waiting, watching, wanting to bring you over to our side." "That's not Herbert," Father Morrison declared, his voice carrying an authority that seemed to make the very air vibrate. "Your tricks won't work here, deceiver. You have no power over the truth of her love, the reality of her memories." The thing laughed, a sound like breaking glass mixed with radio static, and suddenly every reflective surface in sight filled with images from Margaret's life with Herbert. Their wedding day, family picnics, Christmas mornings, but all twisted, wrong. In each image, Herbert's face was slightly too wide, his smile too sharp, his eyes reflecting light like a cat's. "Are you sure?" the entity taunted. "Are you sure you remember things as they really were, Margaret? Look closely. We've been here all along, in every reflection, in every captured moment. Reality is so fluid after all, so easy to reshape, to rewrite, to reimagine. I could see Margaret's resolve weakening, confusion and horror warring on her face as she stared at the corrupted images of her life. The thing was trying to make her doubt everything, to break down her understanding of reality itself. And it was working. That's when I had an idea. "The surveillance footage," I said suddenly, grabbing Margaret's shoulders. "The security camera caught everything that happened tonight before it was corrupted. Real footage, digital recordings that show the truth." Father Morrison caught on immediately. "Yes, physical proof of the division between reality and reflection. Evidence that cannot be twisted or denied." The thing's laughter faltered for the first time. In every broken window, every shard of glass, its faces flickered like bad television reception. "Show us," Margaret demanded, her voice finding new strength. "Show us the footage from when the deputy arrived. Show us what really happened." I pulled out my phone, ignoring the screen that now showed an endless tunnel of laughing mouths, and accessed the house's security system through our department's emergency protocols. The footage was there, uncorrupted, showing exactly what had happened. Margaret sitting still while her reflection continued to move, proving beyond any doubt that the entity was separate from reality, that it had no claim on her memories or her life. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Every twisted image of Herbert vanished, replaced by the thing's true form, or at least what little of it our minds could comprehend. It was like looking at a tear in the fabric of reality, a wound in the world that leaked darkness and chaos. Father Morrison seized the moment, his prayers reaching a fever pitch. The rosary in his hands began to glow with a soft, warm light that seemed to push back the unnatural shadows. The suspended glass shards started to vibrate, each one emitting a high-pitched tone that combined into a deafening shriek. Margaret stood up, tears streaming down her face. But these were different tears, tears of relief and understanding rather than fear and doubt. "You never had him," she said firmly. "You never had any of us. You're nothing but a reflection, a distortion, a lie." The thing screamed in 1,000 voices, its form becoming more fractured and unstable with each passing second. The glass shards began to fall, no longer under its control. The darkness pouring from the windows started to retreat, sucked back into whatever dimensional rift it had emerged from. In the vanity mirror upstairs, the origin point of this nightmare, there was a sound like a vacuum seal being broken. A final, massive surge of dark energy erupted from the house, and then silence. The fog dissipated, the frost melted. The broken glass lay inert on the ground, reflecting nothing but the normal, natural world. Father Morrison collapsed to his knees, exhausted but triumphant. The other deputies, who had maintained a perimeter throughout the ordeal, finally lowered their weapons. Margaret's house stood quiet and still, its windows now showing only the peaceful darkness of a normal October night. We had won, but victory brought more questions than answers. The cleanup and documentation took hours. Every mirror in the house was carefully removed and wrapped in consecrated cloth. The security footage was downloaded and secured as evidence, though I doubt it will ever see the light of day in any official capacity. Margaret agreed to stay with her daughter while a team of specialists from the diocese examined her home. Father Morrison explained that the entity would be weakened for a long time, unable to manifest so powerfully again in this area. But he warned us to be careful around mirrors, especially in those dark hours between midnight and dawn. "They're always watching," he said. "Usually they can't do more than watch, but sometimes, in the right conditions, with the right gateway, He didn't need to finish the thought. I submitted my official report the next morning, carefully worded to emphasize the mental health aspects of the call while omitting the more inexplicable elements. But Susan, my dispatcher, knew. She'd heard everything over the radio, including the sounds that no human throat could make. Margaret sold the house a month later, after the church had thoroughly cleansed it. She moved to Arizona to be closer to her family, somewhere bright and dry and modern, with few shadows for things to hide in. She emails me sometimes, keeping me updated on her life. She's doing well, all things considered, though she mentions that she's replaced all the mirrors in her new home with brushed steel. I've changed too. I keep my mirror time to a minimum these days. No more long glances while shaving or fixing my uniform. I've angled my rearview mirrors slightly off-center, just enough to see the traffic behind me, but never catching my own reflection. And I've started taking my coffee breaks somewhere other than Old Mill Road. The fog there seems darker now somehow, more purposeful. But the hardest part is knowing what I know now. That there's something else out there, watching us through every reflection, waiting for a chance to break through. That reality itself is thinner and more fragile than we imagine. That the boundary between our world and whatever lies beyond the mirrors is not as solid as we'd like to believe. Sometimes late at night when I'm on patrol, I'll catch a glimpse of movement in my periphery, a shadow that doesn't quite match its source, a reflection that lingers just a fraction of a second too long. And I wonder if that thing we encountered is still out there, searching for another way in, another mirror to corrupt, another soul to torment. Or worse, I wonder if it ever truly left at all. Because here's the thing about the security footage that still haunts me. The detail I left out of my official report. When we reviewed the tapes the next day, going frame by frame through the night's events, we found something disturbing in the final moments of the exorcism. Just before the camera exploded, in a single frame lasting only 1/30th of a second, every person present, Margaret, Father Morrison, my fellow deputies, and myself, cast reflections that didn't match our positions. And every single one of them was smiling that terrible, impossible smile. I keep a copy of that frame buried deep in a secured file. Sometimes, on nights when I'm feeling particularly brave or particularly foolish, I'll take it out and study it. The image quality isn't great. Security cameras rarely are. But it's clear enough to see that our reflections are all slightly wrong, slightly distorted, slightly other. And I swear, though I know it's impossible, the smiles in that image get just a little bit wider every time I look at them. So take my advice. Be careful around mirrors, especially after midnight. Don't look too long or too hard at your reflection. And if you ever notice it moving just a fraction of a second slower than you do, or smile just a little differently than you are, run. Because by the time you see them watching, it's usually too late. I never wanted to write this down, but my therapist says I need to process what happened, that putting it into words might help make sense of it. Help me accept that it was real. Though honestly, I still wish I could convince myself it wasn't. It started with my friend Marcus's confession. We were having our usual Friday night drinks at O'Malley's, that dive bar downtown where the neon beer signs barely cut through the perpetual haze of cigarette smoke that seems embedded in the walls. I remember everything about that night with this weird, sharp clarity. The way the ice clinked against his glass as his hand trembled. How his voice dropped to barely above a whisper when he finally told me. "I found something in the church basement," he said, staring into his whiskey. something that shouldn't be there. I should mention that Marcus was the maintenance guy at St. Augustine's, this ancient Gothic revival church that looms over the east side of town like something out of a Victorian ghost story. The place had been around since the 1800s, all weathered limestone and creeping ivy, with those towering spires that always seemed to scratch at the belly of the clouds. Marcus had worked there for almost a decade, knew every creaking floorboard and dusty corner. "What do you mean?" I asked, watching him drain his glass. His hands were shaking so bad he almost missed setting it back down on the sticky bar top. "Like what kind of something?" He wouldn't look at me, just kept staring straight ahead, his face gone this sickly shade of gray in the dim bar lighting. "I was doing the annual inspection of the confession boxes," he said, "checking for termites, rot, that kind of thing. But when I opened up the maintenance panel in the back of the north box, the one that's been out of order for years," he trailed off, rubbing at his face like he was trying to scrub away the memory. "There was wax," he continued finally. "All these little rivulets of it, dried in these weird patterns on the wood. At first I thought maybe it was just from old candles, you know. But then I noticed the holes." "Holes?" "Tiny ones. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, all through the wood. Like something had been eating its way through. And when I shined my flashlight in deeper..." He grabbed my arm then, his fingers digging in so hard I could feel his nails through my sleeve. "It moved, Dave. Whatever was in there, it moved." I remember trying to laugh it off, even as something cold slithered down my spine. "Come on, man. Probably just rats or something. Old buildings like that." "It wasn't rats." His voice had gone flat, dead. "I know what rats look like. It was like a rope, but it was segmented, and there were so many legs, all of them moving at once, like a centipede," I supplied, immediately regretting it when he flinched so hard he knocked over his empty glass. "Bigger," he whispered, "so much bigger." And the sound it made, this weird scratching, clicking noise, like dozens of little mandibles working all at once. I slammed the panel shut so fast I almost broke it. But I could still hear it in there, moving around. And I think it heard me too. I tried to rationalize it, of course. Told him he was probably just stressed, maybe needed some sleep, but he wouldn't let it go. Kept insisting that something was wrong with that confession box, that the whole out of order sign had been there for a reason, that maybe someone else had found it too, and instead of dealing with it, they'd just tried to seal it away. "I have to go back," he said suddenly, standing up so fast his bar stool almost toppled. "I have to make sure it can't get out." "Whoa, hold on," I grabbed his arm. "You're in no shape to drive. Let me call you a cab." "No time," he muttered, already pulling away. "It's after midnight. Church'll be empty. Best time to check things out. Make sure everything's secure." I should have stopped him. Should have insisted on going with him, or called someone, or I don't know, something. Instead, I just watched him stumble out into the night, telling myself he'd sleep it off and laugh about it in the morning. That was the last time anyone saw Marcus alive. They found his body 3 days later, when the smell started seeping through the floorboards into the main sanctuary. He was inside the confession box, not the penitent's side where people would normally sit, but the priest's section, crammed into that tiny space like he'd been trying to reach something in the back. The official cause of death was listed as accidental asphyxiation, which I guess makes sense given how narrow that space was, but they never explained the weird, waxy residue they found all over his clothes and skin, or the hundreds of tiny puncture wounds, each no bigger than a pinhead, that covered his body. I couldn't let it go. Maybe it was guilt, or maybe I just needed to prove to myself that Marcus hadn't been crazy. But a week after the funeral, I found myself picking the lock on St. Augustine's side door at 2 a.m., armed with nothing but a heavy-duty flashlight and a crowbar I'd borrowed from my garage. The church was different at night. During the day, it was all polished wood and filtered sunlight through stained glass. But in the darkness, it felt ancient, hungry. My footsteps echoed off the vaulted ceiling, despite my attempts to walk quietly, and the air had this thick, waxy smell that caught in the back of my throat, like old candles, but wrong somehow. Too sweet, with this underlying note of decay that made my stomach turn. The confession box looked innocent enough from the outside, just another piece of antique furniture, its dark wood gleaming dully in my flashlight beam. The out-of-order sign was still there, yellowed with age and curling at the corners. I tried the door to the priest's side, locked of course, but the maintenance panel Marcus had mentioned was just where he'd described it, hidden behind a decorative molding at the back. My hands were shaking so bad it took me 3 tries to work the crowbar into the seam. The wood creaked in protest as I pried, and then suddenly gave way with a sharp crack that seemed to echo through the entire church. I froze, heart pounding, but the silence that followed was absolute. The panel swung open with a whiff of that sickly sweet smell, so strong it made my eyes water. I had to swallow hard against the urge to gag as I shined my flashlight into the space beyond. The beam caught countless threads of dried wax, forming these intricate, almost organic-looking patterns across the wood. And the holes. God, the holes. They were everywhere, turning the solid wood into something that looked more like lacework. Some were fresh, the edges still pale and raw. Others were older, darkened with age, and other things I didn't want to think about. And then I saw the movement. It was subtle at first, just a suggestion of motion in the shadows at the back of the space. But as I watched, unable to look away, something began to emerge from one of the larger holes. Something long and segmented, its chitinous body reflecting my flashlight beam in a way that made it look almost crystalline, almost beautiful, in the same way a spider's web can be beautiful right before you realize you're caught in it. The legs came next. So many legs, each one tipped with something that looked unsettlingly like a tiny human finger. They moved in this horrible undulating wave as the thing pulled itself forward, and I could hear this dry, rustling sound that reminded me of old paper being crumpled. Or maybe that was just the sound of my own ragged breathing. I don't know how much of it I actually saw emerge before my nerve broke. Probably only a few segments, though it felt like feet. But what I remember most clearly was the moment it turned what I guess you'd call its head toward me, because that's when I saw the face, or rather, faces, dozens of them, tiny and distorted, pressed against the translucent surface of its carapace like fossils in amber. Some of them were moving. I think I screamed. I must have, because my throat was raw afterward. I remember dropping both the flashlight and the crowbar, remember stumbling backwards so fast I slammed into one of the pews. By the time I scrambled to my feet, I could hear that clicking, scratching sound Marcus had described, growing louder and faster, like something picking up speed. I ran until my lungs were burning and my legs felt like they were going to give out. Ran until I was halfway across town, before I finally collapsed in front of an all-night diner. The waitress must have thought I was having some kind of breakdown, the way I was shaking and crying and babbling about faces in the wax. Maybe I was. They found my flashlight the next morning, still lying on the floor in front of the confession box. The crowbar was gone. So was the maintenance panel, just smooth wood where it had been, like it had never existed at all. When I tried to tell the police what I'd seen, they just gave me this look. The same look people give me now when I try to explain why I can't go into churches anymore, why I flinch at the sight of candles, why I wake up screaming sometimes, convinced I can hear that dry, clicking sound coming from inside my walls. The confession box is still there, still marked out of order. Sometimes I drive by St. Augustine's late at night and I swear I can see a faint light flickering behind those windows, like candlelight. And sometimes, if I listen carefully, I think I can hear something that sounds almost like whispered prayers, almost like screaming. But the worst part, the part that keeps me up at night, that makes me question everything I think I know about reality, it's not the memory of what I saw in that church. It's not even the guilt about Marcus. It's the dreams I've been having lately. Dreams where I'm back in that confession box. But this time, I'm inside the walls, moving through tunnels of wax and wood, feeling my body stretch and segment, growing new appendages with every molt. Dreams where I'm not alone, where I can feel others moving with me, through me, becoming part of me. Their faces press against my skin from the inside. Their voices blend with mine in that endless chittering prayer. And sometimes in those dreams, I catch glimpses of my reflection in the polished wood. I see what I'm becoming, what we're all becoming, one confession at a time. And I understand why that box has been there so long, why it will always be there. Because some sins aren't meant to be forgiven. They're meant to be transformed. I said at the beginning that my therapist wanted me to write this down to help process it. But that's not entirely true. I'm writing this as a warning. Because lately I've noticed more churches in town putting up out-of-order signs on their confession boxes. And sometimes, late at night, I think I can hear that familiar clicking sound coming from inside them, spreading, growing, waiting. So if you ever see one of those signs, walk away. Don't look too closely at the wood. Don't listen for the whispers. And whatever you do, don't confess, because something is waiting to hear your sins, something that hungers for guilt and shame and regret, something that wants to add your face to its collection, your voice to its endless prayer. And it's patient, so patient. After all, everyone has something to confess eventually. Don't let it be you. Don't let it... The midnight rounds. The first time I saw him was during the graveyard shift at St. Margaret's Hospital. I'd been working there for 6 years, long enough to know every doctor, nurse, and orderly by name, long enough to recognize the unique footsteps of my colleagues echoing through the sterile hallways at 3 a.m., long enough to know that what I witnessed that night shouldn't have been possible. I was doing my regular rounds in the terminal ward, checking on Mrs. Henderson in room 412. She had stage 4 pancreatic cancer and wasn't expected to make it through the week. As I approached her room, I heard her speaking to someone. Strange, given it was well past midnight and visitors weren't allowed at this hour. "Yes, doctor," her weak voice carried through the partially open door. "I understand. Thank you for explaining everything." I quickened my pace, wondering which doctor had broken protocol by visiting so late. As I reached for the door handle, a tall figure in a black coat stepped out. He carried an old-fashioned leather medical bag, the kind you'd see in photographs from the 1900s. Our eyes met for a brief moment, or rather, they would have, if I could see any eyes beneath the shadow of his wide-brimmed hat. He nodded politely and walked past me, his footsteps completely silent on the linoleum floor. The air grew cold as he passed, and for a moment, I caught a whiff of something strange, formaldehyde mixed with dried roses and decay. I rushed into Mrs. Henderson's room expecting to find her distressed by the unauthorized visitor. Instead, she looked more peaceful than I'd seen her in weeks. A small smile played on her lips as she stared out the window at the full moon. "Mrs. Henderson? Are you all right? Who was that doctor?" She turned to me, her eyes clearer than they'd been in days. "Oh, Sarah. He was so kind, explaining everything that's going to happen. I'm not scared anymore." "Which doctor was it?" I pressed, although a creeping suspicion told me I didn't want to know the answer. He didn't say his name, but he knew everything about my condition, even things I hadn't told anyone. She paused, her smile widening slightly. "He showed me what's waiting on the other side. It's beautiful, Sarah. So beautiful." Mrs. Henderson died at exactly midnight the next night. I told myself it was just a coincidence, that the mysterious doctor was probably a specialist I hadn't met before, making a late-night exception for a terminal patient. I almost convinced myself to believe it too, until it happened again, and again, and again. Always the same figure in the black coat, always the same leather bag, always visiting patients exactly 24 hours before their death, never appearing on any security cameras, never signing any charts, never leaving any trace of his presence except for that lingering smell of formaldehyde and roses. I started keeping track after the third incident. In 6 months, I documented 47 visits, 47 deaths, all precisely at midnight the following day. Some were expected, terminal patients like Mrs. Henderson. Others were seemingly stable patients who suffered sudden complications, but the pattern never varied. I tried telling my supervisor, but she dismissed my concerns. I showed her my documentation, the impossibly precise timing of deaths following these visits. She suggested I was overworked and recommended I take some time off. I couldn't let it go. I started volunteering for extra night shifts, determined to confront this mysterious figure. I installed a small personal camera in my uniform button, hoping to capture evidence. I took detailed notes of every encounter, every patient conversation, searching for some pattern beyond the obvious connection to death. That's how I noticed something even stranger. The patients who received these visits never died alone. No matter how unexpected their death, no matter what time of night, someone was always with them in their final moments. Usually a loved one who had a sudden urge to visit, or a nurse who felt inexplicably drawn to check on them at just the right time. It was during one of these documentation sessions that I met Dr. Marcus Chen, a new resident who actually listened to my story. Instead of suggesting I seek psychiatric help, he offered to help me investigate. Together we dug through historical records of the hospital, looking for any mention of a doctor matching our mysterious visitor's description. We found something in the hospital's founding documents from 1887. A photograph of the original medical staff showed a tall figure standing slightly apart from the group. He wore a black coat and carried that same distinctive leather bag. The photograph was faded, but the man's face was eerily obscured, as if the photographic plate had been damaged precisely where his features should have been. The caption listed him as Dr. Jonathan Thaddeus Blake, head of palliative care. Further research revealed that Dr. Blake had been known for his unprecedented success in easing the suffering of terminal patients. According to hospital records, none of his patients died alone, and all reported peaceful, painless deaths. Dr. Blake himself had vanished without a trace in 1888, after a devastating hospital fire claimed 27 lives. His body was never found. The only item recovered from his office was his leather medical bag, untouched by the flames. But when the bag was opened, it was completely empty. I thought this discovery would help me make sense of what was happening. Instead, it only raised more questions. Was I seeing a ghost? Some kind of immortal being? Or was I slowly losing my grip on reality? The answer came on a quiet Tuesday night, exactly 6 months after I began my investigation. I was checking on Mr. Rodriguez in room 415 when I heard the now familiar sound of silence. That peculiar absence of sound that preceded the mysterious doctor's appearances. I turned, and there he stood in the doorway, leather bag in hand. But this time was different. This time, he spoke. Nurse Sarah Collins. His voice was deep and gentle, carrying none of the hollow eeriness I'd expected from a supernatural being. We need to discuss your interest in my work. I stood my ground, though every instinct screamed at me to run. Who are you? What are you? He set his bag down and removed his hat. The face beneath was surprisingly human, elderly but distinguished, with kind eyes that held unfathomable depths of compassion and sorrow. I've had many names throughout the centuries, he said, but you know me as Dr. Blake. I've been watching you, Sarah. Your dedication to your patients, your determination to understand what's happening here. It reminds me of myself long ago. Are you death? He smiled softly. No. Think of me more as a guide, a translator between worlds. I help ease the transition, ensure no one faces the ultimate journey alone. It's a calling I chose, just as you chose nursing. But why show yourself to me? Because it's time for someone else to carry on this work. The world needs more guides, Sarah. The position is unusual, but the benefits are eternal. He opened his bag, which seemed to contain nothing but endless darkness. Would you like to learn? I should have been terrified. I should have run away. Instead, I found myself stepping forward, drawn by a deep sense of rightness. All those nights watching patients suffer, wanting to do more to help them through their final moments. Perhaps this was the answer I'd been searching for all along. What would I have to do? His smile widened. Simply take my bag. The knowledge comes with it. But understand, Sarah, this is not a decision to make lightly. The role demands complete dedication. You'll walk between worlds, never fully belonging to either. You'll witness countless deaths, but you'll ensure none of them are truly alone. I reached for the bag, my hand trembling. Will I die? In a manner of speaking, the person you are now will cease to exist, but what you'll become is far more meaningful. As my fingers touched the worn leather handle, memories flooded my mind, thousands of deaths throughout history, all guided by the figure before me. I saw the true nature of his work, not just ensuring peaceful deaths, but maintaining the delicate balance between life and death itself. I understood then why he'd chosen me. My obsession with documenting his appearances hadn't been about proving his existence. It had been about proving to myself that death could be gentle, meaningful, even beautiful in its own way. I gripped the bag firmly and felt a profound transformation begin. My flesh became shadow, my bones became mist, and my soul expanded to encompass both the world of the living and whatever lay beyond. The last thing I saw as Sarah Collins was Dr. Blake's form dissolving into peaceful nothingness, his centuries of service finally complete. That was 3 years ago. Now I walk the halls of St. Margaret's Hospital every night, visiting those whose time draws near. I show them the peace that awaits, ensure they don't face their final moments alone, and help maintain the balance between worlds. Sometimes I catch newer nurses watching me with suspicious eyes, documenting my appearances just as I once did. I know that someday, one of them will be ready to take my place, just as I took Dr. Blake's. The cycle will continue, as it has for centuries. But there's something I haven't mentioned yet, something that still haunts me, even in my current form. Remember how I said Dr. Blake chose me because of my dedication to understanding death? That wasn't entirely true. You see, I've now inherited all of his memories, including the truth about how guides are chosen. We don't pick people who study death. We pick people who are marked for it. The night Dr. Blake first appeared to me, he wasn't there for any patient. He was there for me. I had a brain aneurysm, set to rupture at midnight the following day. I would have died alone in my apartment, undiscovered for days. Instead, he offered me a choice: accept my fate and pass on, or take up his mantle and use my borrowed time to help others through their final moments. I chose the latter, and in doing so became something both more and less than human. But here's the real twist, the part that truly terrifies me even now. Every person who takes this role is simply postponing their own death. We're all living on borrowed time, maintaining the balance by trading our services for a continuation of our existence. And someday, when I find my own replacement, someone else marked for death who has the right combination of compassion and curiosity, I'll finally have to face what I've been helping others navigate all these years. I wonder if I'll be as peaceful as my patients when that moment comes. I wonder if my replacement will show me the same gentle understanding I show others. I wonder if... Oh, I feel a pulling sensation. Someone needs me. Room 412, a new patient. Their time comes at midnight tomorrow. As I walk down the familiar hallway, leather bag in hand, I catch my reflection in a window. For a moment I see myself as others must see me, a tall figure in a black coat, face obscured by shadow, bringing with me the scent of formaldehyde and dried roses. I straighten my hat and enter the room. The patient looks up, frightened at first, but I know how to ease their fears. I've done this hundreds of times now. "Good evening," I say softly, setting my bag down. "We have much to discuss about your journey. After all, everyone deserves to understand what awaits them on the other side, even if some of us have to wait centuries to find out for ourselves." The vanishing. I used to think time was like a river, always flowing forward, never looking back. Now I know better. Time is more like a noose, and with each loop, it tightens around reality itself, strangling away pieces of existence one by one. It started subtly enough. That Tuesday morning I noticed the same red Volkswagen Beetle pass by my house 3 times in 10 minutes. At first I dismissed it as coincidence. Maybe the driver was lost or looking for an address. But then I saw the license plate. Loop 247. The same plate, same slight dent on the rear bumper, same elderly woman with pearl earrings behind the wheel. I remember standing at my kitchen window, coffee growing cold in my hands, watching that car make its 4th pass. That's when I saw the bird, a cardinal with unusual white patches on its wings. It landed on my windowsill, tilted its head at me, and flew away. 2 minutes later, the exact same bird landed in the exact same spot, performed the identical head tilt, and flew off again. My phone buzzed. A text from my sister Sarah. "Don't forget Mom's birthday dinner tonight." I checked the date, Tuesday, March 12th. Nothing seemed amiss yet, except for that nagging feeling in the pit of my stomach. Like the moment before you realize you've made a terrible mistake. I went to work, trying to shake off the morning's oddities. My colleague Tom greeted me with his usual, "Another day in paradise, eh, James?" He always said that, but today it felt different, rehearsed, predestined. I sat at my desk, opened my laptop, and found myself staring at yesterday's work. All of it. Every spreadsheet, every email, exactly as it had been. That's when the first real chill ran down my spine. I distinctly remembered completing 3 major reports the day before, yet here they were, unfinished. My sent folder showed no trace of the emails I'd written. The calendar meeting notifications I'd cleared were back, blinking insistently. I called Sarah. "Hey, what's up?" She answered exactly as she always did. "Sarah, this is going to sound crazy, but is today Tuesday?" "Yeah, March 12th. Don't forget Mom's birthday dinner tonight." The exact same words from her text. I hung up, hands shaking. Throughout the day, everything played out as a perfect replica of the previous day. Tom's coffee spill at 10:43 a.m. Janet from accounting's announcement about her daughter's acceptance to Yale at lunch. The fire alarm test at 2:15 p.m. Even the pattern of clouds outside my office window seemed familiar. That night at Mom's birthday dinner, I tried to warn them. "Something's wrong with time," I said, as Mom cut into her chocolate cake, the same cake I remembered her cutting into yesterday. "Everything's repeating." They laughed it off. Sarah patted my hand and said I was working too hard. Mom reminded me I'd always had an overactive imagination, just like when you were little. Dad didn't say anything, just gave me that concerned look he reserves for when he thinks I'm about to have one of my episodes, like during my breakdown in college. I went to bed that night praying I was wrong, that I was just having some sort of psychological fugue state. But when I woke up, it was Tuesday again. March 12th, the red Volkswagen, the Cardinal, Tom's another day in paradise. But something was different this time. Something was missing. It took me until Mom's birthday dinner to realize what it was. Janet from accounting. Not only was she not there to announce her daughter's Yale acceptance, no one remembered her ever existing. Her desk was occupied by someone else, her family photos replaced by generic office art. When I mentioned her name, my colleagues looked at me with blank expressions. That's when true terror set in. This wasn't just a time loop, it was an erasure of reality itself. The next Tuesday, Tom disappeared. Then Sarah's husband, Mike. Then the barista at my local coffee shop. With each reset, another person vanished from existence, leaving behind nothing but void spaces in photos and blank spots in memories. The world kept readjusting itself around these absences, like a wound healing over with scar tissue. I started keeping track in a notebook, writing down names, relationships, details about each person before they disappeared. But even that proved futile. The notebook reset with each loop, my frantic scribblings erased along with everything else. By the 10th loop, entire families had vanished. The Hendersons next door? Gone. The Chen family from my gym? Erased. My best friend from high school and his entire lineage? Never existed. The world grew quieter, emptier, yet nobody seemed to notice except me. I tried everything to break the cycle. I drove out of town, only to wake up in my bed on Tuesday morning. I tried staying awake for the entire 24 hours, only to blink and find myself back at the start. I even attempted darker solutions, but death itself proved temporary in this eternal Tuesday. The most maddening part was watching the world reconstruct itself around each absence. When my neighbor disappeared, his house transformed into a park that had always been there. When my first girlfriend vanished, my high school yearbook showed no trace of her, and all my friends had different memories of who I'd dated. Reality was like a self-healing membrane, closing over its wounds and leaving no scars. Only I remembered the truth, and with each loop, that truth became harder to bear. Sarah was the first of my family to go. One Tuesday, I called her number and got a message saying it had been disconnected. Mom and Dad had only one child now, had always had only one child. The family photos in their house showed just me. The spaces where Sarah had been filled with wallpaper or furniture or nothing at all. I screamed at them to remember her, showed them old emails that still existed in my phone from previous loops. But they looked at me with that same concern they'd shown when I had my breakdown in college. Dad suggested I see Dr. Matthews again, but Dr. Matthews had disappeared 3 loops ago. Mom went next. The birthday dinner became a quiet affair with just me and Dad, who couldn't understand why I was so insistent on chocolate cake when he'd always been allergic to chocolate. The wedding ring on his finger vanished along with her, replaced by the smooth skin of someone who had never married. Then Dad. The house I grew up in became an empty lot that had never been developed. My childhood memories began to feel like dreams, insubstantial and fading. The world grew smaller, emptier, lonelier. But it wasn't just people disappearing. It was all evidence of humanity itself. Buildings began to vanish, replaced by empty fields that had always been there. Roads turned to dirt paths that turned to wilderness. The red Volkswagen that had first caught my attention became a horse-drawn carriage, then a lone deer crossing the street, then nothing at all. Technology started to regress. My smartphone became a flip phone, then a landline, then disappeared entirely. The internet ceased to exist, then electricity, then the Industrial Revolution itself. Each loop stripped away another layer of human progress, another piece of our collective history. I watched as the world unknit itself, person by person, invention by invention, memory by memory. The universe was cleaning house, and humanity was the stain it was trying to remove. In recent loops, I've started to notice something even more disturbing. When I look in mirrors, my reflection seems less substantial, as if I'm beginning to fade. My fingerprints are becoming smoother, my footprints in the mud shallower. Sometimes when I speak, my voice sounds distant, like it's coming from somewhere else. I know what this means. I can feel it in the growing hollowness of my bones, in the way light seems to pass through me in certain angles. Soon, very soon, I will be the last one to disappear. But here's the true horror, the revelation that keeps me awake during these endless Tuesdays. I don't think I'm trapped in a time loop at all. I think time is operating exactly as it should. This is entropy on a cosmic scale, the universe's immune system identifying and eliminating a viral infection called humanity. We were never meant to exist. We're a mistake, a glitch in the matrix of reality, and now that glitch is being corrected. The loop isn't a malfunction, it's a quarantine procedure, isolating the infection before systematically erasing it from existence. And I'm not the protagonist of this story, I'm patient zero. Somehow I became aware of the correction process, and that awareness has made me the focal point of the universe's autoimmune response. Through me, it will undo everything we ever were or could have been. As I write this, I'm sitting in what used to be my living room. The walls disappeared 3 loops ago, along with the concept of architecture. The ground beneath me is losing its solidity, becoming conceptual rather than physical. The sky above is less a thing than an idea of a thing. The cardinal with the white-patched wings just landed nearby. It's the only other thing that seems to maintain consistency between loops. But I understand now that it's not really a bird at all. It's watching me, studying me, measuring the progress of humanity's elimination. I can feel the next loop approaching. The air is getting thin, reality stretching like plastic wrap about to tear. Soon I'll wake up to another Tuesday, another version of the world with fewer people, fewer things, fewer memories. But this time feels different. My hands are becoming transparent as I write these words, my thoughts growing distant and strange. I think this might be the last loop, the final Tuesday. I should be terrified, but instead, I feel an odd sense of peace. Perhaps this was inevitable, the universe's way of hitting Ctrl plus Z on a cosmic mistake. Or perhaps... Wait. The cardinal's looking at me again, tilting its head just like it did that first Tuesday. But this time I see something in its eyes, not the blank animal stare I remembered, but something ancient and vast and almost apologetic. And suddenly, I understand. This isn't an erasure at all. It's a reset. The universe isn't eliminating humanity. It's rewinding us, taking us back to a crucial moment, an essential crossroads. With each loop, it's not just removing people, it's removing the consequences of choices, the weight of decisions that led us down this path. Every person who disappears isn't being erased. They're being saved, preserved, reset to some point before whatever it is we did that broke reality itself. We're not being deleted, we're being restored to factory settings. The cardinal spreads its wings, and I notice something I never saw before. The white patches aren't random. They form a pattern, a sequence, a code. The same code I've been seeing everywhere but couldn't recognize. In the license plate of the red Volkswagen, in the arrangement of clouds, in the very fabric of these repeating days. My body is almost gone now, my consciousness spreading thin across what remains of time and space. But as I fade, I finally understand my role. I'm not patient zero. I'm the backup copy, the one who had to remember everything so that when reality resets completely, when we all return to that crucial moment, some part of me will know what to change, what to do differently. The cardinal takes flight, and as the world dissolves around me, I see what's written in its wings, the message that's been there all along. See you next loop. And then, it's Tuesday morning, March 12th. A red Volkswagen Beetle passes by my house. But this time I know exactly what I need to do. After all, that's why they chose me to remember, isn't it? The unrest stop. It's been nearly 2 decades since that night, and I still can't drive down an empty highway without feeling my stomach churn. Even now, the memory lingers like a shadow at the corner of my vision, always there, always waiting to remind me of what we saw, or what we think we saw. I've told the story to friends, co-workers, anyone who'd listen, and while most just laugh it off or give me skeptical looks, I've stopped caring. It's not about whether they believe me. It's about getting it out, like purging some toxin from my system. But if you're willing to hear me out, I'll tell you everything. Every detail, every chill, every moment when the world seemed to fold in on itself. I was 16 then, stuck in that awkward stage where I thought I knew everything and simultaneously felt like I knew nothing. My mom had decided that our summer vacation would be a road trip, a cross-country journey from New York to California, crammed in a battered minivan with my older sister Jenna, who was 20 and eternally exasperated with me. The trip was supposed to be an adventure, a bonding experience. What it became was something else entirely. It was late, past midnight, when we found ourselves on a desolate stretch of interstate somewhere in the Midwest. The road was long and flat, cutting through endless fields of nothingness. We hadn't seen another car in what felt like hours, and the only sound was the hum of the engine and the occasional crackle of static from the radio. Despite the emptiness, we weren't tired. We'd stopped a few hours earlier for dinner and coffee, and the caffeine was still doing its job. But nature called, and the gas gauge was dipping toward empty. When the glow of a rest stop appeared on the horizon, it felt like a blessing. A small green sign announced its presence. Rest stop, 1 mile. My mom, ever the pragmatic one, pulled off the exit without hesitation. As we approached, the place looked ordinary enough. A single-story building with the usual gas pumps out front, a flickering neon open sign in the window, and a scattering of parked vehicles. There was a van full of teenagers, their laughter and chatter spilling into the night air, and a small gray sedan parked at the pump directly in front of us. 2 men stood by the car, their figures silhouetted in the harsh fluorescent light. They didn't move as we pulled up, didn't acknowledge our arrival. It wasn't unusual, not at first. "I'll go in with Jenna," my mom said, unbuckling her seatbelt. "You stay here and watch the car." I nodded, content to scroll through my phone and enjoy the brief solitude. They disappeared into the building and I was left alone, the quiet wrapping around me like a blanket. That's when the unease began to creep in. It was subtle at first, a faint prickle at the back of my neck, an inexplicable sense that something was off. The teenagers were the first to react. I heard one of them say, "This place is creepy as hell," followed by murmurs of agreement. They fumbled with the gas pump, muttering about it not working, and then, just like that, they piled back into their van and sped off, their taillights disappearing into the darkness. I turned my attention to the gray car in front of us. The 2 men were still there, standing as still as statues. They weren't talking. They weren't moving. They weren't even looking at each other. It was as if they were frozen in time. I felt a chill crawl down my spine. When my mom and Jenna came rushing out of the building, their faces pale and eyes wide with fear, I knew something was wrong. "Get in the car," Mom said, her voice sharp and urgent. I didn't argue. As soon as they slammed the doors shut, I saw it. The men turned to look at us, slowly, deliberately, but they didn't move their bodies, only their heads, their eyes. I'll never forget their eyes, or rather the lack of them. Where their eyes should have been, there was nothing but darkness, not black like ink or shadow, but an absence of light, an emptiness that seemed to pull at my very soul. I couldn't look away, and yet every fiber of my being screamed at me to run, to flee, to get as far away as possible. "Go!" Jenna shouted, and Mom floored the gas pedal. The tires squealed and the minivan lurched forward. As we sped out of the parking lot, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The men hadn't moved. They just stood there watching us, their empty eyes fixed on our retreating car. We didn't stop driving until we reached the next city, an hour away. Even then, we couldn't bring ourselves to talk about what had happened. It wasn't until the next morning, when we were safely ensconced in a brightly lit diner, that we finally compared notes. And that's when things got even stranger. We tried to find the rest stop on a map, retracing our route and pinpointing the exact location where we'd pulled off. But it wasn't there. No matter how many times we searched, no matter how many locals we asked, there was no trace of it. It was as if the place had never existed. To this day, I don't know what we saw. Were the men even human? Was the rest stop some kind of liminal space, a tear in the fabric of reality? I've heard stories of haunted places, of ghostly apparitions and unexplained phenomena, but nothing comes close to what we experienced that night. I've driven that stretch of interstate several times since then, always hoping and dreading that I might see the rest stop again. But it's gone, vanished without a trace. And yet, in the quiet moments, when the world feels just a little too still, I can't help but feel that it's still out there, waiting for its next visitors. Balloons! When I was 5 years old, I went to an elementary school that, from what I've come to understand, was really adamant about the importance of learning through activity. It was part of a new program designed to allow children to rise at their own pace, and to facilitate this, the school encouraged teachers to come up with really inventive lesson plans. Each teacher was given the latitude to create his or her own themes, which would run for the duration of the grade, and all the lessons in math, reading, etc. would be designed in the spirit of the theme. These themes were called groups. There was a space group, a sea group, an earth group, and the group I was in, community. In kindergarten in this country, you don't learn much except how to tie your shoes and how to share, so most of it isn't very memorable. I only remember two things very clearly. I was the best at writing my name the right way, and the balloon project, which was really the hallmark of the community group, since it was a pretty clever way to show how a community functioned at a really basic level. You've probably heard of this activity. On one Friday, I remember it being Friday because I was excited about the project and it being the end of the week. Toward the beginning of the year, we walked into the classroom in the morning and saw that there was a fully inflated balloon tied off with string taped to each of our desks. Sitting on each of our desks was a marker, a pen, a piece of paper, and an envelope. The project was to write a note on the paper, put it in the envelope, and attach it to the balloon, which we could draw a picture on if we wanted. Most of the kids started fighting over the balloons because they wanted different colors, but I started on my note, which I had thought a lot about. All the notes had to follow a loose structure, but we were allowed to be creative within those boundaries. My note was something like this: "Hi, you found my balloon. My name is Name, and I attend elementary school. You can keep the balloon, but I hope you write me back. I like Mighty Max, exploring, building forts, swimming, and friends. What do you like? Write me back soon. Here's $1 for the mail." On the dollar I wrote for stamps right across the front, which my mom said was unnecessary, but I thought it was genius, so I did it. The teacher took a Polaroid of each of us with our balloons and had us put them in the envelope along with our letter. They also included another letter that I assume explained the nature of the project and sincere appreciation for anyone's participation in writing back and sending photos of their city or neighborhood. That was the whole idea, to build a sense of community without having to leave the school and to establish safe contact with other people. It seemed like such a fun idea. Over the next couple weeks, the letters started to roll in. Most came with pictures of different landmarks, And each time a letter would come in, the teacher would pin the picture on a big wall map we had put up showing where the letter had come from and how far the balloon had traveled. It was a really smart idea because we actually looked forward to coming to school to see if we had gotten our letter. For the duration of the year, we had 1 day a week where we could write back to our pen pal or another student's pen pal in case our letter hadn't come in yet. Mine was one of the last to arrive. When I came into the classroom, I looked at my desk and once again didn't see any letter waiting for me. But as I sat down, the teacher approached me and handed me an envelope. I must have looked so excited because as I was about to open it, she put her hand on mine to stop me and said, "Please don't be upset." I didn't understand what she meant. Why would I be upset now that my letter had come? Initially, I was mystified that she would even know what was in the envelope. But now I realized that, of course, the teachers had screened the contents to make sure there was nothing obscene. But all the same, how could I be disappointed? When I opened the envelope, I understood. There was no letter. The only thing in the envelope was a Polaroid, but I couldn't really make out what it was. It looked like a patch of desert, but it was too blurry to decipher. It appeared as if the camera had been moved while the picture was being taken. There was no return address, so I couldn't even write back if I wanted to. I was crushed. The school year pressed on, and the letters had stopped coming for nearly all of the other students. After all, you can only continue a written correspondence with a kindergartner for so long. Everyone, including myself, had lost interest in the letters almost completely. Then I got another envelope. My excitement was rejuvenated, and I reveled in the fact that I was still getting a letter when most of the other pen pals had abandoned their involvement. It made sense that I received another delivery. There had been nothing but a blurry picture in the first one, so this was probably to make up for that. But again, there was no letter at all. Just another picture. This one was more distinguishable, but I still didn't understand it. The photograph was angled way up, catching the top corner of a building, and the rest of the image was distorted by a lens flare from the sun. Because the balloons didn't travel very far, and because they were all launched on the same day, the board became a bit cluttered, and so the policy for the students still exchanging letters became that they could take the photographs home. My best friend Josh had the second highest number of pictures taken home by the end of the year. His pen pal was really cooperative and sent him pictures from all around the neighboring city. Josh took home, I think, 4 pictures. I took home nearly 50. The envelopes were all opened by the teacher, but after a while I stopped even looking at the pictures. However, I saved them in one of my drawers that housed my collections of rocks, baseball cards, comic book cards, Marvel metal cards for those who might remember, and little miniature baseball batting helmets that I'd get out of a vending machine at Winn-Dixie after t-ball games. With the school year over, my attention turned to other things. My mom had gotten me a small snow cone machine for Christmas that year, and Josh had really coveted it. So much so that his parents bought him a slightly nicer one for his birthday, which was toward the end of the school year. That summer we had the idea that we would set up a snow cone stand to make money. We thought we'd make a fortune selling snow cones at $1. Josh lived in a different neighborhood, but we eventually decided that my neighborhood would be better because there were a lot of people who cared for their lawns. The yards in my neighborhood were slightly bigger. We did this for 5 weekends in a row until my mom told us that we had to stop, and I've only recently come to understand why she did that. On the 5th weekend, Josh and I were counting our money. Because we both had a machine, we each had a separate stack of money that we put together into one stack, and we then split it evenly. We had made a total of $16 that day, and as Josh paid out my 5th dollar, a feeling of profound surprise consumed me. The dollar said, for stamps. Josh noticed my shock and asked if he had miscounted. I told him about the dollar and he said, "That's so cool, man." As I thought about it, I came to agree. The idea that the dollar had made it right back to me after changing so many hands floored me. I rushed inside to tell my mom, but my excitement coupled with her being distracted by a phone call made my story incomprehensible, and she responded simply by saying, "Oh wow, that's neat." Frustrated, I ran back outside and told Josh I had something to show him. Back in my room, I opened the drawer and took out the stack of envelopes and showed him some of the pictures. I started with the first picture, and we went through about 10 before Josh lost interest and asked if I wanted to go play in the ditch, a dirt ditch down the street from my house, before his mom came to pick him up. So that's what we did. We had a dirt war for a while, but it was interrupted several times by rustling in the woods around us. There were raccoons and stray cats that lived in there, but this was making a little too much noise, and we traded guesses at what it was in an attempt to scare each other. My last guess was that it was a mummy, but in the end, Josh kept insisting that it was a robot because of the sounds that we heard. Before we left, he got a little serious and looked me right in the eyes and said, "You heard it, didn't you? It sounded like a robot. You heard it too, right?" I had heard it, and since it sounded mechanical, I agreed that it was probably a robot. It's only now that I understand what we heard. When we got back, Josh's mom was waiting for him at the kitchen table with my mom. Josh told his mom about the robot. Our moms laughed and Josh went home. My mom and I ate dinner, and then I went to bed. I didn't stay in bed for long before I crept out and decided that, due to the day's events, I would revisit the envelopes since now the whole affair seemed much more interesting. I took the first envelope and set it on the floor and set the blurry desert Polaroid on top. I laid the second envelope right next to it and placed the oddly angled Polaroid of a building's top corner on top, and did this with each picture until they formed a grid that was about 5 by 10. I was always taught to be careful with things that I was collecting, even if I wasn't sure they were valuable. I noticed that the pictures gradually became more decipherable. There was a tree with a bird on it, a speed limit sign, power line, a group of people walking into some building. And then I saw something that vexed me so powerfully that I can now, as I write this, distinctly remember feeling dizzy and capable of only a single repeating thought. Why am I in this picture? In this photograph of the group of people entering the building, I saw myself holding hands with my mother in the very back of the crowd of people. We were at the very edge of the photo, but it was undeniably us. And as my eyes swam over the sea of Polaroids, I became increasing anxious. It was a really odd feeling. It wasn't fear, it was the feeling you get when you are in trouble. I'm not sure why I was flooded with that feeling, but there I sat floundering in the distinct sense that I had done something wrong. And this feeling only intensified as I looked on at the rest of the photos, after that, the one that had so powerfully struck me. I was in every photo. None of them were close shots. None of them were only of me. But I was in every single one of them, off to the side, in the back, bottom of the frame. Some of them only had the tiniest part of my face captured at the very edge of the photo. But nevertheless, I was there. I was always there. I didn't know what to do. Your mind works in funny ways as a kid, but there was a large part of me that was afraid of getting in trouble simply for still being up. Since I already had the looming feeling of having done something wrong, I decided that I would wait until tomorrow. The next day, my mom was off work and spent most of the morning cleaning up around the house. I watched cartoons, I imagine, and waited until I thought it was a good time to show her the Polaroids. When she went out to get the mail, I grabbed a couple of the pictures and put them on the table in front of me as I sat waiting for her to come back in. When returned, she was already opening the mail and threw some junk mail into the trash can, and I said, "Mom, can you come here for a second? I have these pictures." "Just give me a minute, honey. I need to mark these on the calendar." After a minute or two, she came and stood behind me and asked me what I needed. I could hear her shuffling with the mail behind me, but I just looked at the Polaroids and told her about them. As I explained more and pointed to the pictures, her frequent uh-huhs and okays decreased, and she was suddenly completely quiet and only making a little noise with the mail. The next noise I heard from her sounded as if she was trying to catch her breath in a room that had no air left in it. At last her struggling gasps were conquered, and she simply dropped the remaining mail on the table and ran to the kitchen to get the phone. "Mom, I'm sorry. I didn't know about these. Don't be mad at me." With the phone pressed to her ear, she was running back and forth and shouting into it. I nervously fiddled with the mail sitting next to my Polaroids. The top envelope had something sticking out of it that I thoughtlessly and anxiously pulled on until it came out. It was another Polaroid. Confused, I thought that somehow one of my Polaroids had slipped into the stack when she threw the mail down. But when I turned it over and looked at it, I realized that I had not seen this one before. To my dismay, it was me, but this one was a much closer shot. I was surrounded by trees and was smiling, but it wasn't just me, I noticed. Josh was there too. This was us from yesterday. I started yelling for my mom, who was still screaming into the phone. I repeatedly yelled for her until she finally responded with, "What?" And I could only think to ask, "Who are you calling?" "I'm talking with the police, honey." "But why?" "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do anything." She answered me with a response that I never understood until I was forced to revisit these events from the earliest years of my life. She grabbed the envelope off the table, and the picture of Josh and I spun and slid, landing next to the other Polaroids in front of me. She held the envelope up to my eyes, but I could only look at her and watch as all the color began draining out of her face. With tears welling up in her eyes, she said that she had to call the police because there was no postmark. The hitchhiker's curse. Ever start dating someone where everything feels a little too good to be true? At first it's magical. You're floating on cloud 9, thinking maybe, just maybe, you hit the jackpot. But then the doubts creep in. Nobody's that perfect, right? And even if they were, why would someone so flawless pick you? Your mind starts playing games, convincing you there's a dark secret lurking beneath their charm. Maybe those cute little quirks that make you laugh now will drive you insane later. Or maybe there's something much darker, a drug problem, a secret family, or God forbid, a shady past involving a murder weapon and an uncontrollable rage. It's human nature to look for cracks even when everything seems unbreakable. I didn't expect to face those cracks so soon. After just 2 months of dating, Emily, not her real name, suggested we take a 1,000-mile road trip. She thought it would be romantic. I thought it would be a prison sentence. Don't get me wrong, I liked her, a lot. But something about being stuck together for hours on end made me uneasy. Still, I agreed. What could go wrong? The first 100 miles felt like a dream. We sang to the radio, laughed until our sides hurt, and shared goofy confessions. She teased me relentlessly when she found out I knew every word to Skater Boy. I teased her back for not knowing Bohemian Rhapsody. By all accounts, it was perfect. Then we saw the hitchhiker. Emily spotted him first, a man in a press suit standing by the freeway ramp, waving his thumb like he was hailing a cab. "Let's give him a ride," she said, her hand squeezing mine. I didn't even slow down. "No way, we don't know him. For all we know, he could rob us. Or worse." "He doesn't look dangerous," she replied, peering at him through the side mirror. "He's wearing a suit, for God's sake." "That just means he's already robbed someone," I muttered, gripping the wheel tighter. The guy gave me the creeps. He didn't even have a sign or luggage, just a strained smile and a wild, frantic wave. Emily sighed, but let it go. For a while we drove in silence, the tension between us thickening. But then, 20 miles later, we saw him again. The same man. This time his suit was streaked with dirt, and his face looked drawn, almost desperate. Emily noticed him first again. "How is he here already?" she asked, her voice tinged with unease. "I don't know, and I don't care," I snapped. "Let's just keep going." But I did care. My stomach knotted as we passed him, my grip on the wheel tightening. Emily, however, couldn't stop glancing back. The unease turned into a low-grade argument. She accused me of being heartless. I accused her of being reckless. We bickered until we both agreed to drop it, but the tension hung in the air like a storm cloud. Another 30 miles passed, and there he was again. Only this time he looked worse. His jacket was gone, his shirt torn, and blood seeped through the fabric over his stomach. He stumbled along the roadside, his movements erratic, almost mechanical. Emily begged me to stop, but my instincts screamed at me to keep going. "We have to help him," she cried, her voice cracking. "No, we don't." "Something's wrong here," I said through gritted teeth. She didn't care about my gut feeling. I didn't care about hers. The argument reached a fever pitch when she grabbed the wheel, nearly sending us into the ditch. We drove the next 50 miles in cold, angry silence. Then we saw him again, face down on the side of the road. His shirt and jacket were gone, revealing long, bloody gashes across his back, like claw marks. Emily jumped out before I could stop her, kneeling beside the body. She looked up at me, her eyes burning with rage. "He's dead," she said. "Can I call the police, or is that too much of an inconvenience for you?" I nodded, numb. I couldn't process what was happening. While she waited for the police, I filled the gas tank, my mind racing. What the hell was going on? The cops asked a few questions, but neither of us mentioned that we'd seen him alive multiple times. How could we explain it without sounding insane? We got back on the road, but the damage was done. Emily stared out the window, refusing to speak. I kept driving, desperate to end the trip. The sun dipped below the horizon and darkness swallowed the road. Emily eventually fell asleep, her head resting against the window. She looked peaceful, like nothing had happened. I wanted to believe we could still salvage things. That was until she woke up screaming. "In the back seat!" she yelled, her voice raw with terror. I glanced in the rearview mirror. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but then I saw him, the hitchhiker. His skin was gray, his body covered in dried blood and deep wounds. He was leaning forward, his eyes glinting in the dark as he stared directly at me. "Get off the road!" Emily screamed, clutching my arm. "I can't! Get him out!" I shouted back, my voice shaking. My hands were white-knuckled on the wheel as I tried to keep control. The hitchhiker didn't move. He just cocked his head, almost curiously, like he was studying me. Then he lunged, his filthy hands wrapped around Emily's throat, his fingers sinking into her skin like it was clay. She thrashed, her fists smashing against the windows. I slammed on the brakes, but the car didn't stop fast enough. When I finally flung open the door and ran to the back seat, they were both gone. No hitchhiker, no Emily, just an empty car streaked with blood and shards of broken glass. I searched for hours, calling her name into the endless night. Nothing. When I finally gave up, I got back in the car, my mind numb. I decided to drive home, to forget this nightmare and pretend none of it ever happened. But then, a few miles down the road, I saw her. Emily, standing by the shoulder, clean, unhurt, smiling, her thumb outstretched in the dim glow of my headlights. Now I'm parked here, writing this. I don't know what to do. If I stop, what happens? If I drive past, will she catch up anyway? One thing's certain. I'm not alone on this road anymore. If you're armed and at the Glenmont Metro, please shoot me. Make it a headshot. Shoot me in the temple, aiming slightly downwards. I need the bullet to travel the shortest possible distance through my brain before it hits my hippocampus. If I'm lucky, the sensation of the gunshot ripping through my skull will only last a few decades. As awful as this sounds, you'll be doing me an enormous favor. Death by a headshot, as soon as possible, is vastly better than the alternative. My ordeal started over 10,000 years ago, at 10:15 this morning. I earn extra money by participating in drug trials. I'm a so-called healthy subject who takes experimental drugs to help assess side effects. Once it was a kidney drug. A few times it's been something for blood pressure or cholesterol. This morning they told me the drug I took was a psychoactive substance intended to accelerate brain function. None of the drugs I had tested so far have ever done anything for me, in the recreational sense. In other words, none of the drugs I've tested have given me a killer buzz, or mellowed me out or anything. Maybe I've always ended up the placebo group, but nothing I've tested had affected me at all. Today's drug was different. This shit worked. They gave me a pill at 10:15 and told me to hang out in the waiting room until they called me back for some tests. Only about 30 minutes, the research assistant told me. I flopped onto the waiting room couch and read a few articles from a copy of Psychology Today that was sitting on the coffee table. They hadn't called me back when I finished the Psychology Today, so I picked up a U.S. News and read it cover to cover. Then I read an old Scientific American. What was taking them so damn long? I sluggishly turned my head to look at the wall clock. It was only 10:23 a.m. I had read all 3 magazines in 8 minutes. I remember thinking this was going to be a long day. I was right. The waiting room had a little bookshelf with some used hardcovers on it. When I stood up to walk to the bookshelf, it felt like my legs barely worked. It's not that they were weak. They were just slow. It took a full minute just to stand up off the couch, and another minute to take 2 steps to the bookcase. I scanned the old books on the shelf and picked out a copy of Moby Dick. My arms had the same problems as my legs. Just reaching 1 foot in front of me to grab the book took a long time. I actually got bored, just waiting for my hand to reach the spine of the book. I slogged back to the couch and collapsed onto it in a slow-motion fall that reminded me of the low-gravity hops of astronauts on the moon. I opened Moby Dick, slowly, and began reading. I started with Call Me Ishmael and got as far as Ahab throwing his pipe into the sea, which was all the way to friggin' chapter 30, before they called me back. "How are you feeling?" the research assistant asked me. "I feel slow," I said. "Actually, it's the other way around. Everything seems slow because you're so fast. But my legs, my arms, they're moving in slow motion. Your body seems like it's moving slowly because your brain is fast. Your brain is running 10 or 20 times faster than normal. You are thinking and perceiving reality at an accelerated pace. But your body is still constrained by the laws of biomechanics. Frankly, you're moving much faster than a normal person. She pantomimed a jogging motion. But your brain is running so much faster right now that even your fast walk seems very slow to you. I thought about my slow motion flop onto the waiting room couch. Even if my muscles had slowed down, my body would still react to gravity the same way. But in the waiting room, I even fell in slow motion. Slow muscles couldn't explain why gravity seemed weaker. My brain was going at warp 10. That's how I managed to read 3 magazines in the first 30 chapters of Moby Dick in 15 minutes. They ran a series of tests on me. The physical tests were fun. They made me juggle 3 balls, then 4, then 6. I had no problem keeping 6 balls in the air because they seemed to be moving so slowly. It was boring, frankly, waiting for each ball to move through its arc so I could catch it with my slow-motion hands and toss it back into the air. They threw Cheerios in the air, and I caught them with chopsticks. They dropped a handful of coins, and I counted the total value before they hit the ground. The cognitive tests were less fun but very illuminating. Finish a 50-word word search, 3 seconds. Solve an intricate maze drawn onto a poster-sized paper, 2 seconds. View a slideshow projected at 10 images per second and answer detailed questions about what I saw, 95% correct. They told me I measured over 250 on the NUP scale. Apparently that's deep into the superhuman range of thinking speeds. Then they sent me home. It'll wear off in a few hours, they said, which will seem like days to you. Try to use the residual effects to get some work done. Catch up on work emails while you're still in high-speed mode. The ride home was horrible. It was only 3 metro stops, and in real-world time it only took about 35 minutes. But in my drug-accelerated hypertime, it felt like days. Days. Just walking out of the medical research suite to the elevator seemed like it took an hour. I sprinted out of the office, willing my legs to push me faster. But the laws of biomechanics held me prisoner. As accelerated as my brain was, I couldn't do anything to make my legs work faster. The huge disconnect between my body and mind made it extremely difficult to judge how and when to slow down, turn, or rotate my body. I had basically turned into giant slow-motion spaz. I misjudged my speed and rammed into the wall by the elevator button at a pretty good speed. Even though I could see the wall coming at me, I couldn't make my finger, outstretched to hit the elevator button, move away fast enough, and I jammed it against the wall. Hard. The pain was intense. If my brain had been running at regular speed, it probably only would have hurt for 30 seconds or so. But in my accelerated state, the intense pain seemed to last for half an hour, 45 minutes maybe. The elevator ride was horrible. It felt like I spent 4 or 5 hours just descending 7 floors, with nothing to look at but the interior of the elevator car. I sprinted to the metro station. I have to admit, this part was almost fun. Even though my body moved at what seemed to me super slow speed, I could still carefully choose how and where to place my feet, swing my arms, and turn my torso. It only took a block or two to getting used to having a brain that ran 24 times faster than my body. Then I basically sprint danced the rest of the way, twisting and juking between people on the sidewalk and dodging moving cars with inches, aka minutes, of clearance. I spent an hour in my time frame descending into the subway and running to the platform. Endless tedium waiting the 6 minutes for the Red Line train to arrive. Although there was more to look at on the metro platform than inside the elevator, it was still intensely boring. I should have stolen that copy of Moby Dick. The Red Line train roared into the station in slow motion. The normally high-pitched squeal of its brakes was frequency shifted by my high-speed mind to a long, low tone, like a monotone tuba solo. It wasn't just the squealing subway train that was 3 octaves lower than normal. All sound was slowed to the point of near inaudibility. Voices were gone, shifted below the threshold frequency of my hearing. I did manage to hear a screaming baby on my subway car, her shrieks slowed to sound like whale songs. Sharp sounds like a car horns and trucks bouncing over potholes were low, muddied roars like distant thunder. Back at the research offices, I could still hear and communicate with the research staff, but now verbal communication with anyone would be impossible. The effects of the drug were still intensifying. I spent what seemed like days on that fucking Red Line train. Days. Listening to the wail song of the screaming baby and the tuba solo of the brakes. Where ordinary voices were frequency shifted out of my audio range, smells didn't seem to be affected. I never became nose-blind to the body odor, the stench of the train's brakes, and melange of farts and other smells wafting through the metro car. I finally got back to my apartment. Sprinting through my open door and into the front hall at full speed was like a slow, relaxing drift down a lazy river. I was relieved to be home. At least I had stuff I could do there. I picked up the book I was reading, 100 Years of Solitude, and finished it. Despite turning the pages so quickly that I tore many of them, it seemed like most of the time I spent finishing the book was spent on page turning and not actually reading. 3 minutes had passed since I got home. I tried surfing the internet. My God. It takes a long time for computers to boot these days, but it was too frustratingly slow. Hours, seemingly, to load each new page, and a fraction of a second to read it. 100 articles in my news feed read, and just 3 more minutes done. I dipped into my pile of yet-to-be-read books and finished 2 more. 4 more minutes had passed. I decided to try to sleep off the remaining effects of the drug. Unfortunately, whatever part of my mind is responsible for perception, the part that's been accelerated to hyper speeds by the drug, isn't the same as the part that governs sleep. Despite being awake for what I perceived as days, my physical brain still thought it was 1:25 p.m. It was not ready for sleep. Nevertheless, I tried to sleep. I walked to my bedroom, a slow 45-minute drift through my apartment, and flung myself into bed, lazily falling like a feather onto the mattress. I closed my eyes and lay there for hours and hours, 10 minutes of reality time, before giving up. Sleep would not come. I was facing what was going to feel like days, or maybe even weeks of being trapped in a slow-motion prison. So I took an Ambien. The sensation of the pill and the splash of water I used to swallow it, sliding my throat, was sickening. A lump that blocked my breathing, moving like a slug down my esophagus. I read a book. 10 minutes had passed. I read another. 18 minutes since I took the Ambien. I threw the book across the room in disgust at my situation. The book slowly pirouetted and spun through the air like a leaf blowing in a breeze. It hit the wall with a long, faint rumble, the only sound I had had for what seemed like hours, then drifted to the floor like a flip-flop sinking in a swimming pool. The force of gravity hadn't changed since I took the pill. The laws of physics were the same. It was just my perception of time that had gone wackadoo. This meant I could use the speed things seemed to fall as a way of judging the effects of the drug. Based on how long it took the book to drift to the floor, I estimated the effects of the drug were still intensifying. I read a magazine. I turned on the television. I clearly saw each frame of video like I was watching a slideshow. Frustrated, I turned the television off. I read some more. the first two books of Churchill's A History of the English-Speaking Peoples. Not exactly a light read. Frankly, I hated it. But given the hours of tedium it would take to go get another book off my bookshelf, just sitting on the couch and reading Churchill was better, or at least less worse. It had now been 35 minutes since I took the Ambien. I lay down on the couch and closed my eyes. Time passed. I inhaled. An hours-long process. Time passed. I exhaled for more hours. Sleep would not come. I needed a new plan. I decided to go back to the offices where they gave me the drug. Maybe they would have something that could counteract its effects, or at least something to knock me out until it wore off. I exited my apartment as fast as possible, taking hours in my time frame to do so. I didn't even bother locking the door. It would have taken too long. Down the stairs, it's faster than the elevator if you run. Through the lobby, out the front door, and onto the street. These few things felt like a long day at the office. Sprinting down the street, dancing and weaving between pedestrians with what must have looked to them superhuman dexterity. Down the first flight of stairs at the metro, across the landing, another hour, then on to the second flight of stairs. That's when the Ambien hit me. The Ambien didn't make me sleepy. Not at all. Instead, it must have had a severe cross-reaction with the experimental drug I took this morning. I was bounding down the second flight of stairs, moving in slow motion, but still making perceptible progress. Then, wham, everything stopped. The dull roar of the street and metro noise ceased, replaced by the most perfect silence I've ever experienced. My downwards motion seemed to completely freeze. Before the Ambien kicked in, my perception of time was maybe a few hundred times slower than real time. After the Ambien took effect, time moved thousands of times slower. Every second seemed like days to me. Even just moving my eyes to focus on a new point was like an impossibly slow scroll across my visual field. Over the course of the afternoon, I learned how to walk, run, and jump when my mind ran hundreds of times faster than my body. But with another 4 or 5 orders of magnitude of slowdown caused by the Ambien, body control was almost impossible. I fell on the stairs. Even though I was all but frozen in mid-step, controlling my muscles was impossible. I commanded my foot forwards for hours, then backwards for hours more, when it seemed like I would miss the next step. Hours attempting to adjust the angle of my ankle, then readjusting when it felt wrong. Despite these efforts, I rolled my ankle on the next step. The pain wasn't at all mitigated by the slowness. Hours of increasing strain on my bent ankle. The nerve signals that send pain into the brain must work differently than the nerves in my ear. Sonic energy was spread out over time, diluted until it was imperceptible. Pain flowed into my brain undiluted by the change in my perception of time. Hours and hours of increasing weight on my turned ankle turned into hours of increasing pain upon increasing pain. I pitched forwards, my high-speed mind completely unable to control my low-speed body. I drifted downwards for days, managing to rotate my torso enough to keep my head from impacting the ground first. I eventually landed on my right shoulder. At first the impact wasn't even noticeable. Then I felt a slight pressure in my shoulder as it came in contact with the ground. The pressure grew, bringing increasing pain for hour upon hour. My shoulder finally gave out, popping out of its socket with an endless, sickening tug. I came to a stop days later, crumpled onto the ground, staring at the ceiling. The pain in my shoulder still screaming with the intensity of a fresh, violent injury. I had plenty of time to think during that fall. If every second seemed like days to me, then each minute of real-world time would be like years. Even if the drug cleared out of my system in the next 2 or 3 hours, this nightmare would seem to last centuries. By the time I hit the ground, I had a plan. I would somehow get to the platform and throw myself in front of a train. I twisted onto my hands and knees, days of my dislocated shoulder crying for relief. I misjudged my rotation and rolled onto my back. I tried again, collapsing onto my face as I tried to figure out how to control a body that moved slower than grass grew. Weeks of effort were finally rewarded with success. I stabilized on my hands and knees. If just getting on all fours was this difficult, I figured that walking or running was completely out of the question. So I crawled. I crawled through the metro tunnel. The dumb looks on the faces in the crowd lingered on me for weeks. I crawled under the turnstile and onto the escalator. The escalator spilled the rush hour crowd onto the platform at the same speed a glacier spills ice into the sea. I looked out over the crowded platform during my interminable downward ride. The train status sign said the next train wouldn't arrive for 20 minutes. 20 minutes was like a year to me. I'd have to spend a year on the metro platform, waiting to die. I crawled off the escalator, enduring days of stupid expressions on the commuters' faces. I crawled a few feet to a concrete bench and curled up next to it, trying to find a position to lessen the pain in my shoulder. Then my problem with time got worse, impossibly worse. The massive slowdown on the stairs was just the beginning of the interaction between the experimental drug and the Ambien. It fully hit me while I was curled up by the bench. I blinked. Years of darkness followed. Sound was already gone, and with my blink, sight was gone as well. All that existed was the pain from my fall. My hyper-accelerated mind wasted no time compensating for the lack of sensory input. Voices spoke to me. They sung to me in languages that never existed. Patterns and faces and colors came and went in my mind's eye. I recalled my whole life and imagined living another. I forgot English. I settled into a profound despair. I spoke to God. I became God. I imagined a new universe and brought it to life with my thoughts. Then I did it all again, and again. My eyes opened with geologic slowness. A faint glow. Weeks. A slit of light. Weeks. A narrow view of the metro platform, ankles of the commuters near me, and an advertisement on the opposite wall. I extracted my phone from my pocket. A project that spanned decades. How can I even explain the boredom? The pain in my shoulder is nothing compared to the boredom. Every thought I can think, I have thought hundreds of times already. The view of ankles and advertisements never changes. Never. The boredom is so intense it's tangible, like a solid object of metal and stone wedged into my skull. Inescapable. What are my options? If I crawl and fall onto the tracks without an oncoming train to crush me, I won't die. I'll experience even more pain from the 4-foot fall, but I'll most likely be rescued by some do-gooder on the platform and unable to act when the train finally does arrive. My suffering in that scenario will be endless. So I wait for the train, so I can throw myself under it. When it finally hits me, I will experience the pain of being ripped to pieces for centuries, until finally, the light of life leaves my brain, and my experience ends. I've lived hundreds of lifespans at the foot of this bench. I am far older, in spirit, than any human who has ever lived. Most of my life experience has been a snapshot of pain huddled on the floor of a subway platform with an unchanging view of ankles and advertisements. This post is my plan B, my Hail Mary, my long shot. I've spent lifetimes typing and posting this message in the hope that someone will read it and become convinced that my suffering must end. Someone on this platform right now. Someone who will find the man curled under the bench, the man who crawled down the escalator, and kill him as swiftly as possible. A bullet to the temple. If you're armed and at the Glenmont Metro, please shoot me. The echoing silence. I'll never forget the night it all began. Working the graveyard shift at KFM 104.3, a small-town radio station that barely scraped by on a mix of outdated pop and rock hits, had always been an isolating job. But it paid the bills, and I liked the quiet. There was something about the hum of the equipment and the solitude of the booth that gave me a strange sense of peace. My listeners were few, and most were truckers or insomniacs who called in sporadically for song requests. Nothing ever really happened until that night. It started with a call just past 1 a.m. I was midway through introducing a Fleetwood Mac song when the red light on the console blinked. KFM 104.3, you're on the air, I said, trying to sound more energetic than I felt. There was a pause. Then a voice, distant and crackling, came through the line. Play. Goodbye, stranger. The way the caller said it made my skin prickle. The voice was low, strained, as though the person on the other end was barely able to speak. Sure thing, I said, trying to mask the unease creeping into my voice. Who's this? There was no reply, just the faint sound of static. Then, just before the line went dead, I thought I heard a whisper. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone chilled me to my core. I shook it off, attributing it to a bad connection or maybe a prank call. I queued up the song and leaned back in my chair, watching the clock tick down. As Goodbye Stranger played, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The song seemed wrong somehow. The usually upbeat tune felt slower, the harmonies slightly dissonant. I told myself I was imagining things. But then the second call came. KFM 104.3, I answered, my voice faltering slightly. You played it, the same voice rasped. Good. Hey, listen, buddy, I started, trying to sound assertive. If this is some kind of joke... Another, the caller interrupted. Play. Don't fear the Reaper. My breath hitched. There was something about the way they said it, the almost pleading tone beneath the words. Against my better judgment, I agreed. As I reached for the track, I realized my hand was trembling. When the song began, the atmosphere in the studio shifted. The air felt heavier, the shadows in the corners of the room deeper. I caught movement out of the corner of my eye, but found nothing when I turned to look. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. Halfway through the song, I heard it. Faint at first, just a whisper beneath the music. I turned up the volume, but the whispering grew louder. It wasn't coming from the speakers. It was in the room with me. I froze, my eyes scanning the dimly lit studio. The whispering continued, unintelligible and rhythmic, like a chant. Panic bubbled in my chest, but I forced myself to stay calm. I had to finish the shift. I couldn't afford to lose this job. The phone rang again. What do you want? I snapped, my composure cracking. It's so dark, the voice said, more strained than before. So cold. Help me. Who are you? Where are you? I demanded. Trapped, they whispered. In the void. A cold chill ran down my spine. I opened my mouth to respond, but the line went dead. This time the static didn't fade immediately. It lingered, growing louder and more distorted until it erupted into a blood-curdling scream. I ripped off my headphones, my heart pounding in my chest. I considered calling the station manager, but what would I say? That I was being haunted by a caller? It sounded insane. Instead, I decided to push through the night. I wouldn't let a few creepy calls rattle me. But things only got worse. As the hours dragged on, the requests kept coming. Each call was from the same voice, and each song carried an eerie undertone that seemed to warp the air around me. Hotel California, Paint It Black, The End. The choices weren't just unsettling, they felt purposeful, as though the caller was trying to tell me something. The whispers grew louder, more distinct. They filled the studio, overlapping and echoing until I could barely think. My vision blurred, and I felt an overwhelming sense of dread. It was as if the walls themselves were closing in, suffocating me. Around 4 a.m., the power flickered. The lights dimmed and the equipment crackled with interference. The phone rang again, but this time, I didn't answer. I couldn't. My hands were shaking too much. The whispers turned into screams. They filled the room, deafening and relentless. I covered my ears, but it did little to block out the sound. It felt like the studio was alive, pulsating with malevolent energy. And then, just as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The silence was more terrifying than the noise. I sat there, trembling, my mind racing. I wanted to leave, but I couldn't bring myself to move. I felt paralyzed, trapped by an unseen force. When dawn finally broke, I stumbled out of the studio, my nerves shot. I called in sick for the rest of the week and tried to convince myself it was just a bad night, a mix of sleep deprivation and overactive imagination. But the calls didn't stop. They followed me home. The first time my cell phone rang, I almost didn't answer. When I finally did, the same chilling voice greeted me. "You can't escape," it said. "You played the songs." The line went dead. Over the next few days, my life unraveled. I heard whispers in my apartment, saw shadows moving where there shouldn't be any. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. The fear consumed me. Desperate for answers, I began researching the history of the radio station. What I found only deepened my terror. Decades ago, a DJ had gone missing during a broadcast. The only clue was a series of unsettling song requests he'd received from an anonymous caller. Witnesses claimed to have heard screams coming from the station that night, but no trace of the DJ was ever found. It didn't end there. Over the years, others who worked the graveyard shift reported similar experiences: strange calls, eerie noises, unexplained phenomena. Some quit, others disappeared. The station had a dark history, one that seemed to revolve around the late-night broadcast. I realized I was part of something far bigger, something I couldn't comprehend. The void the caller spoke of, was it real? And if so, was I being drawn into it? I tried to quit, but the station manager wouldn't let me. "You're one of our best DJs," he said. "The listeners love you." Love me. The thought made my skin crawl. Who were these listeners? Were they even human? The final straw came a week later. I was at home trying to sleep when the radio in my living room turned on by itself. The static was deafening, and beneath it, I heard the whispers. They were clearer now, their words cutting through the noise like shards of glass. "Join us," they said. "It's your turn." I smashed the radio, but the whispers didn't stop. They filled the room, the walls, my head. I screamed, clawing at my ears, but it was no use. The void had claimed me. The next thing I knew, I was back in the studio, the red light blinking on the console. My body moved on its own, my hands reaching for the phone. The voice on the other end was my own. Play Goodbye Stranger, it said. A package marked, Return to Sender. My neighbor is one of those annoying wannabe YouTube personalities. Over the years, I've seen him cough out cinnamon, lay flat on the hood of his car as it slowly creeps down the driveway, and douse himself in lukewarm water, all the while screaming epic win, epic fail, or epic maintenance of the status quo for all I know. It can get tiring to watch him go about his shenanigans in the pursuit of viral fame. So when he knocked on my door the other day, told me he was going away for a few weeks, and asked that I get his mail, honestly, it was a relief. I can't explain the peace of mind I had, knowing I didn't have to brace myself for any of his stupidity for a while. I was always afraid his stunts would wind up bleeding over into my life. Things were pretty normal for the first couple of days. He received a few bills, a bit of spam, and what I could only assume was a birthday card. Then, one evening, I got home to find a cardboard box waiting on his front porch. In big red letters was written, Return to Sender. I'm no small fry, but I admit I had trouble lifting the box on my own. It was really freaking heavy. Lugging it across the road to my house was even harder, and I quickly realized there was no way I was going to drag it up the stairs and through my front door. I decided I'd leave his package in my garage. It wasn't like I kept my car in there. The garage door was a piece of shit that refused to open without a good thug and a whack. It was less trouble just leaving the car in the driveway than it was to fight with the garage door every morning and night. In hindsight, I should have set the package down while I struggled to open the tricky door, but you know how it is when you've got a good grip on something. No point in setting it down if you don't have to. It was as I kicked the door for a third time that I lost my grip on the package and it fell to the ground. I heard a light crack inside. Shit, I cursed. I hoped I hadn't broken anything important, but figured I just wouldn't tell my neighbor about it and let him assume the break happened en route. Hands free, I finally managed to get the garage door unstuck, and boy did it screech in protest as it rolled up and over me. I dragged the box the rest of the way, setting it in the corner for whenever my neighbor would come back to claim it. And then, I forgot all about it. Until a few days passed, that is. I'm not sure exactly how long it took for the smell to waft in from the crack under the garage-to-house door, but it came in slow progression. It was a sickly sweet odor similar to a skunk, and for the first few days after I smelled it, I genuinely assumed that's exactly what it was. Roadkill that had left its mark on my house. It was only when I realized the scent was growing more intense instead of fading that I went looking for a source. That's when I opened the garage door, and that's when the odor knocked me back, holding my nose. The culprit wasn't hard to identify. The only change in my garage was the box in the corner. I remember thinking it must have been one of those meat-of-the-month subscription boxes. The meat must have gone rancid from being left out of the fridge for so long. How much meat could have been in there for the box to have been so large and heavy? An entire freaking cow. I covered my nose as I approached the box, a pair of scissors in my hands. I probably wouldn't have needed them to open it, as it had become soggy enough at the bottom to poke through with a finger, but I wasn't about to poke my finger into spoiled meat juices. That soggy bottom was the reason I had to open the box in the first place. If I tried to drag it out whole, everything would spill onto the floor. I was going to have to dump the pieces of meat one garbage bag at a time and take them down to the dumpster, a process I wasn't looking forward to. My scissors tore through the tape along the top of the cardboard box. I thought the smell couldn't get any worse, but as I flipped the flaps open, I discovered a whole new gamut of stink. It was like opening a burning oven, but instead of a heat wave, I was met with waves of piss, sweat, shit, and putrefaction. It was so bad that I staggered back and had to force down the puke, begging to guzzle out of me. I don't think I could have handled that scent mingling with the horrors coming out of the box. I'm not ashamed to admit I ran out the door for a breath of fresh air, but in the short time I'd spent in the garage, the smell had become so ingrained in the fabric of my clothes that it clung to me like a shadow. Nothing I tried could keep the smell out of my nostrils. Not air fresheners, not a face mask, not 3 showers and a change of clothes. Every second that box lay open in my garage was another second the smell was allowed a foothold into my home. I had to bite the bullet. I returned to the garage, the flaps of the box still open as though inviting me to look. I was prepared, a clothespin pinning my nostrils shut, a garbage bag in one hand, the strongest cleaner I could find in the other, and long rubber gloves to keep my skin from having to touch what was inside. But, as it turns out, I needed none of those things. I wouldn't have to touch or clean the contents of that box. I would only have to suffer the nightmares every night. You see, there was meat in that box, but it didn't come from a cow or a pig. No, it was worse than that. It was my neighbor, dead. Still in one piece, but dead. I called the cops, and naturally they took me in for interrogation. It's kind of hard not to suspect the man with a corpse in his garage after all. Thankfully, they soon realized I wasn't involved. My DNA might have been all over that box, the smell might have left a mark throughout my house, but there was one piece of irrefutable evidence in my neighbor's own hands that proved my innocence: a vlogging camera. They showed me the footage only once. I'm not sure if they were allowed to, or if they felt so bad for me they figured it couldn't hurt. Either way, I saw it. My neighbor was sitting in the box outside of a shipping facility, laughing as he told the world how he was going to mail himself across state lines. He'd brought pee bottles, food, a pillow, and a few flashlights. His friend, a guy I'd seen at his place several times to help with his stunts, closed the lid and presumably dropped him off for shipment. Throughout the next couple of hours, or days, I'm honestly not sure, my neighbor recorded a few short clips about his progress. I think I'm in a truck now, I can feel it moving. Must be in a warehouse. Pretty warm here, still got plenty of food. That kind of stuff. And then, on the last entry, the box toppled over. He broke his neck, and that was it. The camera recorded until either the memory card got too full or the battery died. There's one thing I didn't tell the police after they showed me the video. One thing I heard in the footage that will haunt me to the day I die. Just after the tumble that broke his neck, I heard the familiar screeching sound of my garage door. The children's footprints. I never wanted to be the night security guard at Oak Brook Elementary. The pay was decent enough, but something about schools after dark always unsettled me. Empty hallways that should be filled with children's laughter. Abandoned classrooms with chairs stacked on desks like tiny tombstones. It all felt wrong somehow. But I needed the work, and Oak Brook was desperate for someone to take the position after the last 3 guards quit within weeks of starting. I should have asked why. The school itself was brand new, all gleaming windows and fresh paint, built on the foundations of the old Oak Brook that had burned down in 1964. The townsfolk didn't talk much about the fire. When I asked around during my first week, people would get this strange, distant look in their eyes and change the subject. I eventually pieced together that it had happened during school hours, but beyond that, the details seemed deliberately buried. My first month on the job was uneventful. I'd make my rounds every couple of hours, checking doors and windows, occasionally shooing away teenagers trying to break in on a dare. The nights were long and quiet, filled only with the subtle creaks and groans of the building settling. Then the first snow fell. I remember that night clearly, December 12th, just past midnight. The weather forecast had predicted a heavy snowfall, and they weren't wrong. I watched from the security office as thick flakes drifted down, coating the playground equipment in pristine white. The fluorescent lights from the building cast long shadows across the untouched snow, creating an almost ethereal scene. At 2 a.m., I did my usual round. Nothing seemed out of place until I reached the east wing. Through the wall-length windows, something caught my eye in the snow. Footprints, small ones, like those of young children, leading away from the building's wall. My first thought was that some kids had snuck onto the property, but that made no sense. The snow had only started falling an hour ago, and I'd been watching the security cameras the whole time. No one had approached the building. I radioed it in and went outside to investigate. The temperature had dropped well below freezing, and my breath came out in thick clouds as I followed the tracks with my flashlight. They led from the wall, not from any door or window, but straight from the solid brick wall out to the playground. Then they just stopped, mid-stride, as if whoever had made them had simply vanished into thin air. I checked the security footage later that night. Nothing. The cameras showed the snow falling undisturbed, then suddenly, between one frame and the next, the footprints appeared. I convinced myself it was some kind of trick of the light, or maybe wind patterns in the snow. But the next night, it happened again, and the next, always in different places, always leading from the building's walls, always vanishing without explanation. The maintenance staff started refusing to come in early to shovel the walks until after sunrise. They said they could hear things in the pre-dawn darkness, children laughing, the sound of running feet, sometimes crying. But when they'd look, there was never anyone there. I started doing research into the old school's history. The fire in '64 had made the national news, though most of the articles were frustratingly vague. It had started in the basement, they said, spreading so quickly that parts of the building collapsed before the fire department could respond. The death toll was never officially confirmed. That's when the dreams started. They always began the same way. I'd be doing my rounds, checking the halls like usual, when I'd hear singing. A children's song, something old and familiar that I could never quite place. I'd follow the sound down to the basement where the old foundation stones were still visible beneath the new construction. The singing would get louder, and I'd realize it was coming from behind one of the walls. Then the screaming would start. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, the phantom smell of smoke in my nostrils. The dreams felt so real that sometimes I'd have to check my uniform for scorch marks. Last week they started the final phase of construction on the new gymnasium. The excavators were digging out the last section of the old basement when they found it, a room that hadn't appeared on any of the original blueprints. It had been sealed off with concrete, hidden behind one of the foundation walls. Inside, they found small shoes, dozens of them, blackened with smoke but still recognizable, and scratches on the inside of the door, desperate, frantic scratches that spoke of unimaginable terror. The official story in 1964 had been that the fire started accidentally, but I've seen the police reports they dug up from the archived evidence. They found accelerant residue around the basement door. The lock had been engaged from the outside. Someone had trapped those children down there, leaving them to suffocate in the smoke while the building burned around them. That's when the footprints changed. They stopped leading out to the playground. Now they all lead to the construction site, to the exposed foundation where that hidden room was found. Every morning, there are more of them, dozens of tiny tracks in the snow, all converging on that one spot. Last night, I heard the singing again. Only this time, I wasn't dreaming. It was coming from the basement. I know I should quit. 3 other guards already have, and I understand why now. But I can't shake the feeling that I'm meant to be here, that there's something I need to understand. The construction crews found something else yesterday, buried deep in that hidden room. A metal box, its contents preserved despite the fire. Inside were papers, class photos, attendance records, and a letter, its pages yellow with age. I shouldn't have read it, but I did. It was written by a teacher, dated the day before the fire. She wrote about her concerns, about the sounds she'd been hearing from the basement during school hours. Children crying, she said, when all her students were accounted for in class. She'd reported it to the principal, but he'd dismissed her fears, said she was imagining things. The principal's name was familiar. I'd seen it before, in my research about the town's history. He'd died just last year, in fact, a respected member of the community right up until the end. But here's the thing that keeps me up at night. They found something else in that metal box, a ring of keys, heavy and old-fashioned. One of them fits the ancient lock they discovered on that basement room's door. The principal had lived in town all his life. He'd never left, never moved away, even after the fire. For 60 years, he'd walked these streets, attended church, served on the town council, all while carrying the weight of what he'd done. Why did he do it? That's the question that haunts me. What could drive a man to lock children in a basement and set the building ablaze? The answer has to be in the record somewhere, hidden in the town's history like those small, scorched shoes behind the foundation wall. I've started bringing a recorder to work. Sometimes in the quietest hours of the night I can hear voices in the static, children's voices whispering names. Their names, I think. The ones that were never included in the official death toll. The footprints appeared again last night, but they were different. Larger this time, adult-sized, leading from the parking lot to the basement entrance. They looked fresh, but when I checked the cameras, there was nothing there, just empty frames of falling snow. I followed them to the door, and that's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Mixed in with the snow around the footprints were dark spots, like water droplets. But when I knelt down to look closer, I realized they weren't water. They were ash. The principal was buried last year in Oak Hill Cemetery, just across the street from where the school stands now. The groundskeeper there, an old man who's worked the grounds for decades, told me something interesting yesterday. He said that every morning for the past 60 years, he'd find footprints in the snow around the principal's house. Small footprints, like those of children, leading up to his windows, circling his doors, watching, waiting. The old man said that in all those years, the principal never once left his house when it snowed. He'd have his groceries delivered, cancel appointments, anything to avoid stepping out into the white expanse, as if he was afraid of leaving tracks of his own. But now he's dead, and the footprints have returned to the school, to the basement, to that room. I think I understand now why I was drawn to this job, why I couldn't leave, even when the dreams started. Someone needs to tell their story. Someone needs to make sure they're not forgotten again. The construction company wants to seal up that room, pour new concrete over the old foundation, and bury the past for good. But I don't think that's what the children want. I think they've been trying to tell us something all these years, leaving their marks in the snow, singing their songs in the dark. They want to be found. They want to be remembered. Last night, I heard the singing again. It was clearer this time. A nursery rhyme about a ring of roses, about ashes and falling down. It seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once, echoing through the empty halls. I followed it down to the basement, to that room behind the foundation wall. The door was open, though I know it had been locked. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of old smoke, and the temperature had dropped so low I could see my breath. On the floor, perfectly preserved in a patch of dust, was a small handprint. As I watched, another appeared beside it, then another, as if invisible children were playing in the dirt. They formed a trail, leading deeper into the darkness. I should have been terrified. I should have run. But something in that moment felt right, as if I'd finally arrived at the place I was meant to be. The singing grew louder, and I recognized more voices joining in, dozens of them, young and sweet and terribly sad. They seemed to be calling to me, inviting me to follow their trail of handprints into the shadows. I took out my flashlight, but it wouldn't turn on. The beam sputtered and died, leaving me in complete darkness. And that's when I felt it, a small, cold hand slipping into mine. I'm writing this now from my car, parked across the street from the school. The sun will rise soon, and with it, the construction crews will return. They'll pour their concrete, lay their foundations, and try to bury the past once again. But I won't let them. Not this time. The children have shown me things in the darkness, memories preserved like insects in amber, moments frozen in time. I've seen what really happened that day in 1964. I've seen why the principal did what he did, what he was trying to hide. It's worse than anyone imagined. The footprints are appearing more frequently now, not just in snow but in mud, in dust, even in the fresh concrete the workers pour. They're getting stronger, more numerous, as if the children know their time is running out. But they're not just victims anymore. I've seen their power growing, felt their anger building like a storm. The principal might have escaped their justice in life, but in death, well, that's why I'm watching his grave tonight. The snow is falling again, thick and silent. Through my windshield, I can see fresh footprints appearing in the cemetery, small tracks in the untouched white. They're heading toward his headstone, dozens of them, converging like streams flowing to the sea. And now, God help me, I can see larger footprints too, adult-sized ones, staggering, stumbling, trying to run. But you can't run from the past forever. You can't hide from what you've done. The children are singing again, that same nursery rhyme, echoing through the night. But there's another sound mixed in now, screaming, adult screaming, full of terror and recognition. The principal may have died last year, but I don't think he's going to rest in peace. Not anymore, not after what he did. The footprints tell the truth, you see. They always have. We just weren't looking closely enough. I know what I have to do now. The children have shown me. There are others who knew, others who helped hide the truth. Their names are written in ash and shadow, preserved in the memories of those who cannot rest. Tomorrow I'll start visiting them. I'll knock on their doors and look into their eyes, and I'll know. The children will show me. They're so good at spotting guilt, at sensing the weight of secrets. But tonight, I watch. Tonight, I bear witness as justice arrives on small, silent feet, carrying 60 years of patience and pain. Listen. Can you hear it? The singing is growing louder. The footprints are appearing faster now, like raindrops hitting water. And there, in the darkness between the graves, I can almost see them. Small shapes moving through the snow, circling, closing in. Ring around the rosy, pockets full of posies. Ashes, ashes. We all fall down. The screaming has stopped now. The snow falls silently on fresh tracks that lead nowhere, on a disturbed grave that holds more secrets than answers. And tomorrow, when they find what's left, they'll finally have to face the truth. But for now, I sit in my car and watch the footprints appear in the virgin snow, leading away from the cemetery, back toward the school, back to that room behind the wall where it all began. They've invited me to follow, and God help me, I think I will. Because sometimes the only way to right an old wrong is to let the victims guide you through the darkness. Sometimes justice wears small shoes and sings nursery rhymes in the night. And sometimes, just sometimes, the footprints in the snow lead exactly where they're supposed to. The library books. The shelving cart's wheels squeaked with each rotation, echoing through the empty stacks of Wallace University Library. At 11:45 p.m., I was the only soul left in the building, save for the security guard who occasionally made his rounds. My student job as a late-night library assistant wasn't glamorous, but the solitude suited me. Plus, the quiet hours gave me time to work on my thesis between reshelving books and maintaining the catalog system. Tonight was different, though. The air felt heavier somehow, charged with an electricity I couldn't explain. Maybe it was the approaching storm. I could hear thunder rumbling in the distance, growing closer with each passing minute. Or maybe it was because I'd ventured into the library's oldest section, a maze of towering shelves in the basement level that hardly anyone visited anymore. The basement housed the university's special collections and archives dating back to the institution's founding in 1873. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead, creating strange shadows that danced across the spines of leather-bound volumes. My cart's squeaking wheels seemed louder down here, bouncing off the concrete walls in an unsettling rhythm. I checked my tablet, reviewing the list of books that needed reshelving. According to the system, there were 3 volumes that belonged in section H7, deep in the archives. As I pushed my cart down the narrow aisle, the metal shelves loomed over me like silent sentinels. The air grew noticeably colder, and I pulled my cardigan tighter around my shoulders. That's when I noticed something odd. The books in this section didn't follow the library's standard cataloging system. Instead of the usual call numbers, these volumes had dates etched into their spines in fading gold leaf: 1923, 1947, 1952, and so on. Curiosity got the better of me, and I pulled one from the shelf, a dark red leather-bound book dated 1968. The moment my fingers touched the cover, a chill ran down my spine. The leather felt wrong somehow, too soft, too supple, as if it were still alive. I opened it carefully and my breath caught in my throat. It wasn't just a book, it was a biography. The title page read, Margaret Ann Sullivan, 1950-1968, student of Wallace University. My hands trembling slightly, I began to read. The book contained every detail of Margaret's life, from her childhood in rural Maine to her acceptance at Wallace University as a promising art student. Photos were interspersed throughout the text. Margaret as a toddler, at her high school graduation, in her dorm room. The final entry was dated October 15, 1968. Margaret leaves the library at 11:52 p.m. after a late-night study session. She is never seen again. I slammed the book shut, my heart pounding. This had to be some kind of sick joke, but as I looked along the shelf, I realized there were dozens more just like it. Each volume chronicled the life and disappearance of a Wallace University student. Some dated back to the 1800s, while others were more recent. The most disturbing part? None of these cases appeared in any official university records or local news archives that I could remember, despite my extensive research for my thesis on the university's history. Thunder crashed overhead, closer now, and the lights flickered ominously. I should have left right then, should have run upstairs and never looked back, but something compelled me to keep pulling books from the shelf, reading fragments of lives that had vanished without a trace. James Cooper, 1892. Elizabeth Chen, 1934. Michael Rodriguez, 2001. Each story ended the same way, with a late-night visit to the library, followed by disappearance. My hands were shaking so badly I nearly dropped the next book I grabbed. This one was newer, its leather cover still glossy and unmarked by time. The date on the spine read 2022. As I opened it, a photograph slipped out and fluttered to the floor. I picked it up, and the world seemed to tilt on its axis. It was me. The biography began with my birth in Seattle, Washington, on April 12, 2000. It detailed my parents' divorce when I was 7, my struggle with anxiety in high school, my acceptance to Wallace University on a full academic scholarship. Every major moment of my life was documented in precise detail, things no one else could possibly know. My first panic attack in 3rd grade, the time I shoplifted a candy bar when I was 12 and never told anyone, the real reason I broke up with my high school boyfriend. The last dated entry was from yesterday. I read about myself working the late shift at the library, just as I had done countless times before. But after that, the remaining pages were blank, waiting to be filled. I checked my phone with trembling fingers. 11:47 p.m., the same time most of the other students had vanished. Panic clawed at my throat as I shoved the book back onto the shelf. I had to get out of here, had to tell someone about what I'd found. But as I turned to leave, my cart's wheel caught on something, a loose tile in the floor. I stumbled, catching myself against the shelves. The impact sent several books tumbling to the ground, their pages splaying open like broken wings. As I bent to pick them up, something caught my eye. The blank pages in my biography were no longer empty. New words had appeared, written in a flowing script that was still wet with dark ink. Emma discovers the collection at 11:45 p.m. Her hands shake as she reads her own biography, refusing to believe what she sees. At 11:47 p.m., she attempts to leave but trips on a loose tile. As she kneels to collect the fallen books, she notices new words appearing on her previously blank pages. My blood ran cold. Someone, or something, was writing my story in real time. I abandoned the fallen books and ran for the stairs, my footsteps echoing in the empty stacks. But when I reached the stairwell, the door wouldn't budge. I pulled harder, the metal handle cold against my sweating palms. It was locked. Impossible. These doors couldn't be locked. It was a fire code violation. I grabbed my phone to call campus security, but there was no signal. Of course there wasn't. I was in the basement, surrounded by feet of concrete and decades of secrets. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, and then, with a sharp crack, went out completely. In the sudden darkness, I heard something that made my heart stop, the soft whisper of pages turning. It came from everywhere and nowhere at once, like dozens of invisible hands leafing through dozens of invisible books. The sound grew louder, accompanied by a rustling that reminded me of dry autumn leaves skittering across pavement. I fumbled for my phone's flashlight, my fingers clumsy with fear. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the narrow aisle where I'd found my biography. The books were moving. Their covers were opening and closing on their own, pages fluttering as if caught in a wind I couldn't feel. And in the gaps between the volumes, I saw something that defied explanation. Faces pressed against the spaces where books had been removed. Dozens of faces, their features distorted, as if viewed through murky water. I recognized them from the photographs in the biographies. Margaret Sullivan's artistic eyes, now hollow and dark. James Cooper's distinguished mustache, now twisted in a grotesque grimace. Elizabeth Chen's beautiful smile, now stretched too wide across her face. They were all there, watching me with hungry expressions that spoke of decades spent in the darkness between pages. The rustling grew louder, and I saw hands beginning to emerge from between the books, pale, grasping things with elongated fingers and too many joints. They reached for me with desperate urgency, and I could hear voices now, whispering in a cacophony of different accents and eras. Stay with us. Help us complete our stories. We've been so lonely. Join our collection. I ran like I'd never run before, deeper into the maze of shelves because the stairs were blocked. My phone's flashlight beam bounced wildly off the metal shelves, creating strobing shadows that seemed to move with malevolent purpose. Behind me, I could hear the sound of dozens of footsteps, some in heavy boots, others in delicate heels, all pursuing me with relentless determination. The voices grew louder, closer. They were calling my name now, using details from my biography to try to draw me in. They knew everything about me, my fears, my dreams, my deepest secrets. I took random turns, hoping to lose them in the labyrinth of books, but they seemed to know exactly where I was going. I rounded a corner and found myself in a dead end. The beam of my flashlight illuminated a wall of newer-looking books, their spines blank except for dates that hadn't happened yet. 2025, 2026, 2027, stretching decades into the future. Future collections, future victims. The footsteps and whispers surrounded me now. I turned to face them, pressing my back against the shelf of future biographies. In the dim light of my phone, I could see them approaching. A crowd of figures wearing clothes from every decade of the past century and a half. Their faces were wrong, somehow both solid and transparent, like double-exposed photographs. Some of them flickered like bad television reception. Others moved with the jerky motion of old film reels. Margaret Sullivan was at the front of the crowd, her 1960s dress stained with something dark that might have been ink or might have been something worse. She held my biography in her hands, its pages still blank from the current moment forward. "Your story isn't complete," she said, her voice crackling like ancient paper. "None of our stories are complete, but you can help us finish them. All of us, together forever, adding to the collection." "I don't want to be part of your story," I said, my voice shaking. "I want to write my own." Margaret smiled, and her teeth were sharp and dark, like rows of fountain pen nibs. "But don't you see? You already are part of it. You always have been. From the moment you first stepped into this library as a freshman, your biography began writing itself, just like ours did." The other figures pressed closer, their hands reaching for me. I could see the similarities in their faces now, not in their features, but in their expressions. They all shared the same desperate hunger, the same longing for completion. They had all been students once, drawn to the knowledge contained in these shelves, only to become part of a different kind of collection entirely. "Time works differently here," Elizabeth Chen whispered, her voice like crackling vellum. "In here, we're always in the moment of discovery, always reading our stories for the first time, always trying to change the ending." "But the ending never changes," James Cooper added, his antiquated diction carrying the weight of decades. "Not until we find someone new to join us, someone to add their story to ours." They were almost upon me now. I could feel the cold emanating from their bodies, smell the musty odor of old books and dried ink. My phone's flashlight began to flicker, its battery dying at the worst possible moment. In the strobing light, I saw Margaret raise my biography, its pages now glowing with the same sickly luminescence as her skin. "It's time to complete your chapter," she said. The lights went out completely. In the darkness, I felt their hands on me, cold, paper-dry fingers wrapping around my arms, my legs, my throat. They were pulling me forward, and I could feel myself beginning to change. My skin was becoming like paper, my blood turning to ink, my thoughts reorganizing themselves into neat paragraphs and chapters. But then I heard something that made everyone freeze. The distinct beep of a keycard reader, followed by the heavy door at the top of the stairs opening. Flashlight beams cut through the darkness, accompanied by voices. "Emma, are you down here? Your car's still in the parking lot." It was Carlos, the security guard, probably making his final rounds before midnight. The figures holding me hissed like pages caught in a draft, their grips loosening slightly. I took my chance and kicked out hard, feeling their paper-thin forms tear apart around me. I ran toward the flashlight beams, toward reality and solidity in life. "I'm here!" I screamed. "Help me!" Behind me, I heard the sound of books slamming shut, of pages rushing back into place, of stories retreating into their bindings. The figures were dissolving, returning to their shelf-bound prison as the light of the real world intruded on their domain. I burst out of the stacks just as Carlos reached the bottom of the stairs. He caught me as I stumbled, his solid warmth a sharp contrast to the cold, papery touches I'd just escaped. "Whoa, easy there. Are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." I wanted to tell him everything, about the biographies, the faces in the shelves, the hands reaching out from between books. But when I looked back, the section where I'd found the collection was just another dark aisle of normal-looking books. Had I imagined it all? But then I saw something that made my blood run cold. As Carlos led me up the stairs, I glanced down at my hands. There, in the harsh fluorescent light of the stairwell, I could see that my skin had a different texture now. If you looked closely, very closely, you could see that it was crossed with faint lines, like pages in a book. I quit my job at the library that night, switched to remote classes for the rest of the semester, but I can't escape the feeling that my story isn't over. Sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I hear the whisper of turning pages. Sometimes I catch glimpses of familiar faces in mirrors or windows. Margaret, Elizabeth, James, all watching me with their hungry, patient expressions. And sometimes when I look at my reflection, I see my features beginning to blur, like words losing their clarity on an aging page. Because the truth is, you can't escape a story once you've become part of it. You can only hope to control the ending. Boxes. I spent the summer before my first year of elementary school learning how to climb trees. There was one particular pine tree right outside my house that seemed almost designed for me. It had branches that were so low I could easily grab them without a boost, and for the first couple days after I first learned how to pull myself up, I would just sit on the lowest branch, dangling my feet. The tree was outside our back fence and was easily visible from the kitchen window, which was just above the sink. Before too long, my mother and I developed a routine where I would go play on the tree when she washed the dishes because she could easily see me while she did other things. As the summer passed, my abilities grew, and before too long I was climbing fairly high. As the tree got taller, its branches not only got thinner, but more widely spaced, and so I eventually reached a point where I couldn't actually climb any higher, and so the game had to change. I began to concentrate on speed, and in the end I could reach my highest branch in 25 seconds. I got too confident, and one afternoon I tried to step from a branch before I had firmly grasped the next one. I fell about 20 feet and broke my arm really badly in 2 places. My mom was running toward me yelling, and I remember her sounding like she was underwater. I don't remember what she said, but I do remember being surprised by just how white my bone was. I was going to start kindergarten with a cast and wouldn't even have any friends to sign it. My mom must have felt terrible, because the day before I started school, she brought home a kitten. He was just a baby and was striped with tan and white. As soon as she put him down, he crawled into an empty case of soda that was sitting on the floor. I named him Boxes. Boxes was only an outside cat when he escaped. My mom had him declawed so he wouldn't destroy the furniture. So as a result, we did our best to keep him inside. He'd get out every now and then, and we'd find him somewhere in the backyard chasing some kind of bug or lizard, though he could hardly ever catch one because he had no front claws. He was pretty evasive, but we'd always catch him and carry him back inside. He'd scramble to look back over my shoulder. I told my mom that it was because he was planning his strategy for next time. Once inside, we'd give him some tuna fish, and he came to learn what the sound of the can opener might signal. He'd come running whenever he heard it. This conditioning came in handy later because toward the end of our time in that house, Boxes would get out much more often and would run under the house into the crawl space where neither of us wanted to follow because it was cramped and probably crawling with bugs and rodents. Ingeniously, my mom thought to hook the can opener to an extension cord out back and run it right outside the hole that Boxes had gone through. Eventually he would emerge with his loud meows, looking excited by the sound, and then horrified at how we could run such a cruel ruse on him. A can opener with no tuna made no sense to Boxes. The last time he escaped to under the house was actually our last day in it. My mom had put the house on the market and we had begun packing our things. We didn't have much, and we stretched the packing out a while, though I had already packed up all my clothes at my mom's request. My mom could tell I was really sad about moving and wanted the transition to be smooth for me, and I guess she thought that having my clothes in the box would reinforce the idea that we were moving, but things wouldn't change that much. When Boxes got out as we were loading some things into the moving van, my mom cursed because she had already packed the can opener and wasn't sure where it was. I pretended to go look for it so I wouldn't have to go under the house, and my mom, probably completely aware of my little scam, moved one of the panels and crawled in. She came out with Boxes pretty quickly and seemed pretty unnerved, which made me feel even better about getting out of it. My mom made some phone calls while I packed a little more, and then she came into my room and told me that she had spoken to the realtor and we were going to start moving into the other house that day. She said it like it was excellent news, but I had thought we had more time in the house. She originally said that we weren't moving until the end of the next week, and it was only Tuesday. What's more, we weren't completely finished packing. but my mom said sometimes it was just easier to replace things than pack them and haul them all over the city. I didn't even get to grab the rest of my boxed clothes. I asked if I could call Josh to say bye, but she said that we could just call him from our new house. We left in the moving van. I managed to stay in touch with Josh for years, which is surprising since we no longer went to the same school. Our parents weren't close friends, but they knew that we were, and so they would accommodate our desire to see one another by driving us back and forth for sleepovers, sometimes every weekend. For Christmas one year, our parents even pooled their money and got us some really nice walkie-talkies that were advertised to work across a range that extended past the distance between our houses. They also had batteries that could last for days if the walkie-talkie was on, but not used. They would only occasionally work well enough that we could talk across the city, but when we stayed over, we'd use them around the house, talking in mock radio speak that we had taken from movies, and they worked great for that. Thanks to our parents, we were still friends when we were 10. One weekend, I was staying over at Josh's, and my mom called me to say goodnight. She was still pretty watchful even when she couldn't actually watch me, but I had gotten so used to it that I didn't even notice it, even if Josh did. She sounded upset. Boxes was missing. This must have been a Saturday night because I had spent the night at Josh's the previous night and was going to go home the next day because we had school on Monday. Boxes had been missing since Friday afternoon. I gathered that she had not seen him since returning home after dropping me off. She must have decided to tell me he was missing, because if he didn't come home before I did, then I would be devastated at not only his absence, but how she could have kept it from me. She told me not to worry. He'll come back. He always does. But Boxes didn't come back. 3 weekends later, I stayed at Josh's again. I was still upset about Boxes, but my mom told me that there had been many times when pets had disappeared from home for weeks or even months, only to return on their own. She said they always knew where home was and would always try to get back. I was explaining this to Josh when a thought hit me so hard that I interrupted my own sentence to say it aloud. What if Boxes thought of the wrong home? Josh was confused. What? He lives with you. He knows where his home is. But he grew up somewhere else, Josh. He was raised in my old house a couple neighborhoods away. Maybe he still thinks of that place as home, like I do. Oh, I get it. Well, that'd be great. We'll tell my dad tomorrow and he'll take us over there so we can look. No, he won't, man. My mom said that we could never go back to that place because the new owners wouldn't want to be bothered. She said that she told your mom and dad the same thing. Josh persisted. Okay, then we'll just go out exploring tomorrow and make our way to your old house. No. If we get spotted, your dad will find out, and then so will my mom. We have to go there ourselves. We have to go there tonight. It didn't take that much convincing to get Josh on board, since he was usually the one to come up with ideas like this. But we had never snuck out of his house before. It actually turned out to be incredibly easy. The window in his room opened to the backyard, and he had a latched wooden fence that wasn't locked. After those 2 minor hurdles, we slipped off into the night, flashlight and walkie-talkies in hand. There were 2 ways to get from Josh's house to my old house. We could walk on the street and make all the turns, or go through the woods, which would take about half the time. It would have taken about 2 hours to walk there, taking the street, but I suggested that we go that way anyway. I told him it was because I didn't want to get lost. Josh refused and said that if we were seen, they might recognize him and tell his dad. He threatened to go home if we didn't just take the shortcut, and I accepted it because I didn't want to go by myself. Josh didn't know about the last time I walked through these woods at night. The woods were much less creepy with a friend and a flashlight, and we were making pretty good time. I wasn't entirely sure where we were, but Josh seemed confident enough, and that bolstered my morale. We passed through a particularly thick patch of tangled trees when the strap on my walkie-talkie got caught on a branch. Josh had the flashlight, and so I was struggling to get the walkie free when I heard Josh say, "Hey man, want to go for a swim?" I looked over to where he was shining the flashlight, though I closed my eyes as I did, because I now knew where we were. He was pointing at the pool float. This was where I had woken up in these woods all those years ago. I felt a lump in my throat and the sting of fresh tears in my eyes as I continued to struggle with the walkie. Frustrated, I yanked on it hard enough to break it free, and I turned and walked to Josh, who had partially laid down on the pool float in a mock sunbathing pose. As I walked toward him, I stumbled and nearly fell into a fairly large hole that was sitting in the middle of this small clearing, but I regained my balance and stopped right at its edge. It was deep. I was surprised by the size of the hole, but more surprised by the fact that I didn't remember it. I realized it must not have been there that night, because it was in the same spot where I had awoken. I put it out of my mind and turned to Josh. "Quit messing around, man. You saw I was stuck over there, and you were just laying here joking around on this float." I punctuated the sentence with a kick to an exposed part of the float. A screeching rose from it. Josh's smile inverted. He suddenly looked terrified and was struggling to get off the float, but he couldn't in a quick manner due to the awkward way he had been laying on it. Each time he would fall back on the float, the screeching would intensify. I wanted to help Josh, but I couldn't move myself any closer. My legs wouldn't cooperate. I hated these woods. I picked up the flashlight that he had thrown in his thrashing and shined in on the float, not knowing what to expect. Finally, Josh got off the float and rushed next to me, looking at where I was shining the light. Suddenly, there it was. It was a rat. I started laughing nervously, and we both watched the rat run into the woods, taking the screeches with it. Josh lightly punched me in the arm, the smile slowly returning to his face, and we continued walking. We quickened our pace and made it out of the woods faster than we thought we would, and we found ourselves back in my old neighborhood. The last time I had rounded the bend ahead, I had seen my house fully illuminated, and all the memories of what transpired came flooding back. I felt a skipping in my heart as we were finally turning the corner and about to face the full view of my house, remembering last time how incandescent it was. But this time all the lights were off. From a distance I could see my old climbing tree, and as my mind traced the steps of causality backward, I realized that I wouldn't back here this night if that tree hadn't grown, and I was briefly in awe of how all events were like that. As we got closer, I could see that the lawn looked terrible. I couldn't even guess when it had last been mowed. One of the shutters had partially broken loose and was rocking back and forth in the breeze, and overall the house just looked dirty. I was sad to see my old home in such a state of disrepair. Why would my mom care if we bothered the new owners if they cared so little about where they lived? And then I realized there were no new owners. The house was abandoned, though it looked simply forsaken. Why would my mom lie to me about our house having new people in it? But I thought that this was actually a good thing. It would be easier to look around for boxes if we didn't have to worry about being spotted by the new family. This would make it much quicker. Josh interrupted my thoughts as we walked through the gate and up to the house itself. "Your old house sucks, dude," Josh yelled as quietly as he could. "Shut up, Josh. Even like this, it's still nicer than your house." "Hey man, okay. I think boxes is probably under the house. One of us has to go under and look. but the other should stay next to the opening in case he comes running out. Are you serious? There's no way I'm going under there. It's your cat, man. You do it. Look, I'll game you for it, unless you're too scared, I said, holding my fist over my upturned palm. Fine, but we go on shoot, not on 3. It's rock, paper, scissors, shoot, not 1, 2, 3. I know how to play the game, Josh. You're the one who always messes up. And it's 2 out of 3. I lost. I wiggled loose the panel that my mom would always move when she had to crawl under here for boxes. She only had to do it a couple of times since the can opener trick usually worked, but when she had to do it, she hated it, especially that last time. And as I looked into the darkness of the crawl space, I had a greater appreciation for why. Before we moved, she said that it was actually better that boxes ran under here, despite how hard it could be to get him out. It was less dangerous than him jumping over the fence and running around the neighborhood. All that was true, but I was still dreading doing this. I grabbed the flashlight and the walkie and began to crawl in. A powerful smell overtook me. It smelled like death. I turned on my walkie. Josh, are you there? This is Macho Man, come back. Josh, cut it out. There's something wrong down here. What do you mean? It stinks. It smells like something died. Is it boxes? I really hope not. I set down the walkie and moved the flashlight around as I crawled forward. Looking through the hole from the outside, you could see all the way back with the right lighting, but you had to be inside to see around the support blocks that held the house up. I'd say that there was about 40% of the area that you couldn't see unless you were actually in the crawl space. But even inside, I discovered that I could only see directly where the flashlight was pointing. I realized that this would make scouting around the place much more difficult. As I moved forward, the smell intensified. The fear was growing in me that boxes had come here and something had happened to him. I shined the flashlight around but couldn't see much of anything. I wrapped my fingers around a support block to pull myself forward, and as I did that, I felt something that made my hand recoil. Fur. My heart sank, and I prepared myself emotionally for what I was about to see. I crawled slowly so I could prolong what I knew was coming, and I inched my eyes and the flashlight past the block to see what was on the other side. I staggered back in horror. Jesus Christ! Escaped my trembling mouth. It was a hideous and twisted creature, badly decomposed. Its skin had rotted away on its face, so the teeth appeared to be enormous, and the smell was unbearable. What is it? Are you okay? Is it boxes? I reached for the walkie. No, it's not boxes. Well, what the hell is it then? I don't know. I shined the light on it again and looked at it with less fear in my vision. I chuckled. It's a raccoon! Well, keep looking. I'm going to go into the house to see if he might have made it in there somehow. What? Number Josh, don't go in there. What if Boxes is down here and runs out? He can't. I put the board back. I looked and saw that he was telling the truth. Why'd you do that? Don't worry, man. You can move it easy. This makes more sense. If Boxes ran out and I missed him, then he'd be gone. If he's down there, then grab him tight and I'll come move the board. And if he's not, then you can move it yourself while I look in the house. Some of his points were good, and I doubted he'd be able to get in anyway. Okay, but be careful and don't touch anything. There's a bunch of my old clothes still in boxes in my room. You can look in there to see if he crawled in one, and make sure to bring your walkie. Roger that, good buddy. I realized that it would be pitch black in there. The power would have been turned off since no one was paying the bill. With any luck, he'd be able to see from the street lights that might cast some light inside. Otherwise, I'm not sure what he'd do. Before too long, I heard footsteps right over my head and felt old dirt raining down on me. Josh, is that you? Shh, breaker. This is Macho Man coming back for the big tango foxtrot. The eagle has landed. What's your 20, Princess Jasmine? Over. Asshole. Macho Man, my 20 is in your bathroom looking at your stash of magazines. Looks like you've got a thing for dudes' butts. What's the report on that? Over. I could hear him laughing without the walkie, and I started laughing too. I had the footsteps fade away a little. He was on his way to my room. Man, it's dark in here. Hey, are you sure you had boxes of clothes in here? I don't see any. Yeah, there should be a couple boxes in front of the closet. There aren't any boxes in here. Let me check to see if you maybe put the boxes in the closet before you left. I started thinking that maybe my mom had come back and gotten the clothes and just given them away because I had outgrown a lot of them. But I remembered leaving the boxes there. I didn't even have time to close the last one up before we left. While I was waiting for Josh to tell me what he found, I kicked out my leg, which had started falling asleep because of the position I was in, and it hit something. I looked back and saw something really strange. It was a blanket, and all around it there were bowls. I crawled a little closer to it. The blanket smelled moldy, and most of the bowls were empty, but one had something that I recognized still in it. Cat food. It was a different kind than we gave to boxes, but I suddenly understood. My mom had set up a little place for boxes to encourage him to come here instead of running around the neighborhood. That made a lot of sense, and it seemed even more likely that boxes would have come back to this place. That's so cool, Mom, I thought. I found your clothes. Oh, cool. Where were the boxes? Like I said, there are no boxes. Your clothes are in your closet. They're hanging up. I felt a chill. This was impossible. I had packed all my clothes. Even though we weren't supposed to move for another 2 weeks when we left, I remember packing them and thinking that it was stupid for me to have to get clothes out of the box and put them back in. I had packed them, but someone had hung them back up. Why, though? Josh needed to get out of there. That can't be right, Josh. They're supposed to be in boxes. Stop messing around and just come back outside. No joke, man. I'm looking at them. Maybe you just thought that you left them. Haha. Wow. You sure like to look at yourself, don't you? What? What do you mean? Your walls, man. Haha. Your walls are covered in Polaroids of yourself. There are hundreds of them. What did you hire someone to? Silence. I checked my walkie to see if I had switched it off somehow. It was fine. I could hear footsteps but couldn't tell exactly where Josh was going. I waited for Josh to finish his sentence, thinking that his finger had just slipped off the button, but he didn't continue. He seemed to be stomping around the house now. I was just about to radio him when he came back. There's someone in the house. His voice was hushed and broken. I could hear he was on the verge of tears. I wanted to respond, but how loud was his walkie turned up? What if the other person heard it? I said nothing and just waited and listened. What I heard were footsteps, heavy, dragging footsteps, and then a loud thud. Oh, God! Josh! He had been found, I was sure of it. This person had found him and was hurting him. I broke out in tears. He was my only friend next to boxes, and then I realized, what if Josh told him I was under here? What could I possibly do? As I struggled to compose myself, I thankfully heard Josh's voice through the walkie. He's got something, man. It's a big bag. He just threw it on the floor. And, oh God, man. The bag, I think it just moved. I was paralyzed. I wanted to run home. I wanted to save Josh. I wanted to go for help. I wanted so many things, but I just lay there, frozen. As I lay unable to move, my eyes focused on the corner of the house that was right under my room. I moved my flashlight. My breath hitched at what I saw. Animals, dozens of them, all of them dead. They lay in piles all around the perimeter of the crawl space. Could boxes be among these corpses? Was this what the cat food was for? Seeing this broke my shock, as I knew I had to get out of there, and I scrambled to the board. I pushed on it, but it wouldn't budge. I couldn't move it because it was wedged in there, and I couldn't get my fingers around it since the edges were outside. I was trapped. "God damn you, Josh," I whispered to myself. I could feel thunderous footsteps above me. The house was shaking. I heard Josh scream, and it was matched by another scream that wasn't full of fear. As I continued pushing, I felt the board move, but I knew it wasn't me who was moving it. I could hear footsteps above me and in front of me, and shouting and screaming, filling the brief silences between the footsteps. I moved back and held my walkie ready to try to defend myself, and the board was thrown to the side and an arm shot in and grabbed for me. "Let's go, man. Now." It was Josh. Thank God. I scrambled out of the opening holding the flashlight and the walkie. When we got to the fence, we both jumped it, but Josh's walkie fell. He reached for it, and I told him to forget it. We had to move. Behind us, I could hear yelling, though they weren't words, only sounds, and we, perhaps foolishly, ran for the woods to get back to Josh's quicker and be somewhat harder to follow. The whole way through the woods, Josh kept yelling, "My picture! He took my picture!" But I knew the man already had Josh's picture from all those years ago at the ditch. I suppose Josh still thought those mechanical sounds were from a robot. We made it back to Josh's house and back into his room before his parents woke up. I asked him about the big bag and if it really moved, and he said he couldn't be sure. He kept apologizing about dropping the walkie at the house, but obviously that wasn't a big deal. We didn't go to sleep and sat peering out the window waiting for him. I went home later that day, as it was about 3 a.m. already. I told my mom the basics of this story a couple days ago. She broke down and was furious about the danger I put myself in. I asked her why she made all those things up about bothering the new owners to stop me from going. Why did she think the house was so dangerous? She became irate and hysterical, but she answered my question. She grabbed my hand and squeezed it harder than I thought her capable of, and locked her eyes to mine, whispering as if she was afraid of being overheard. Because I never put any fucking blankets or bowls under the house for boxes, you weren't the only one to find them. I felt dizzy. I understood so much now. I understood why she had looked so uneasy after she brought boxes out from under the house on our last day there. She found more than spiders or a rat's nest that day. I understood why we left almost 2 weeks early. I understood why she tried to stop me from going back. She knew. She knew he made his home under ours, and she kept it from me. I left without saying another word and didn't finish the story for her, but I want to finish it here. For you. I got home from Josh's that day. I threw my stuff on the floor and it scattered everywhere. I didn't care, I just wanted to sleep. I woke up around 9 p.m. to the sound of boxes meowing. My heart leapt. He had finally come home. I was a little sick about the fact that if I had just waited a day, none of the previous night's events would have happened, and I'd have boxes anyway, but that didn't matter. He was back. I got off my bed and called for him, looking around to catch a glint of light off his eyes. The crying continued and I followed it. It was coming from under the bed. I laughed a little, thinking I had just crawled under a house looking for him, and how this was so much better. His meows were being muffled by a shirt, so I flung it aside and smiled, yelling, "Welcome home, boxes." His cries were coming from my walkie-talkie. Boxes never came home. Echoes of the woods. The path wound through the forest in a series of tight curves, the trees so dense they blocked out most of the remaining daylight. When I finally spotted a clearing up ahead, relief washed over me. But as I approached, my headlights illuminated something that made my stomach drop. An abandoned car. Its hood popped open and its tires flattened. It was a rusted relic, long since claimed by the elements, with vines snaking through the grille and moss covering the windows. I parked a safe distance away and got out to inspect it. The air was cold and damp, and the silence was even more pronounced without the hum of the engine. The car's interior was gutted, the seats ripped open as if by some animal. There were no plates, no identifying marks, just an empty shell of a vehicle, left to rot in the middle of nowhere. A faint trail led away from the car, disappearing into the woods. Against my better judgment, I decided to follow it. My boots crunched against the fallen leaves, each step echoing unnaturally loud. The trail was narrow, flanked by trees that seemed to close in the further I went. The air grew colder and the light dimmer until I could barely see more than a few feet ahead. Then I saw it. A small cabin nestled among the trees. Its windows were dark, and the roof sagged under the weight of years of neglect. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney, the only sign that it was still inhabited. I approached cautiously, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. The front door was ajar, creaking softly in the wind. I called out, but my voice sounded small and hollow in the vast emptiness of the woods. There was no response. Steeling myself, I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The cabin was a single room, sparsely furnished with a cot, a wood-burning stove, and a rickety table. The walls were adorned with strange symbols carved directly into the wood, their jagged lines forming shapes that hurt my eyes to look at. A chill ran down my spine as I realized the symbols weren't random. They formed a pattern, one that seemed to spiral inward toward the center of the room. In the middle of the floor was a trap door, its edges worn smooth from years of use. Something about it felt wrong, as if the very air around it was heavier, thicker. I wanted to leave, to turn around and never look back, but some morbid curiosity kept me rooted in place. I crouched down and pulled the trap door open. The hinges groaned in protest, revealing a dark, gaping hole. A ladder led down into the blackness, the rungs slick with moisture. The smell wafting up from below was foul, a mix of damp earth and something metallic, like rusted iron. I don't know what possessed me to climb down. Maybe it was the sheer unreality of the situation, the way it felt like a waking nightmare. Or maybe it was the feeling that whatever was down there had to be the key to understanding why I'd ended up here. The descent was slow, each rung colder than the last. The darkness swallowed me whole, the faint light from above fading until I was plunged into complete blackness. I fumbled for my phone, using the flashlight to illuminate the space around me. The walls were earthen, damp and glistening, and the tunnel stretched on endlessly in both directions. I chose a direction at random and started walking. The tunnel was unnervingly narrow, forcing me to hunch over. The silence was absolute, broken only by the sound of my own breathing and the occasional drip of water. Time lost all meaning. It felt like I'd been walking for hours when I finally came to a larger chamber. The room was circular, its walls lined with more of those strange symbols. In the center was a stone altar, its surface stained dark with what I could only hope wasn't blood. Surrounding the altar were objects that defied explanation. Bones arranged in intricate patterns, jars filled with unidentifiable substances, and a single candle that burned with a dim, flickering light. I should have turned back then. Every instinct screamed at me to leave. But as I stood there, paralyzed by fear, I noticed something on the far wall. It was a photograph, tacked haphazardly to the dirt. I approached it slowly, the candlelight casting shifting shadows that made the whole scene feel alive. The photograph was old, the edges yellowed and curling. It showed a group of people standing in front of the very cabin I'd entered. Their faces were obscured, either by motion or deliberate smudging. But one figure stood out, a man with piercing eyes that seemed to stare directly at me, even through the faded print. Behind him, barely visible in the shadows, was something else. Something tall and impossibly thin, its limbs unnaturally long and bent at odd angles. My blood ran cold as I realized it wasn't a trick of the light. The thing was real, and it was watching me. I don't remember running back to the ladder, only the blind panic that propelled me forward. My flashlight flickered and died as I climbed, leaving me in suffocating darkness. When I finally emerged into the cabin, the air was thick with the smell of smoke and decay. The symbols on the walls seemed to pulse, their lines shifting and writhing like living things. I bolted out the door and into the woods, my heart pounding so hard it felt like it would burst. The path was gone, replaced by an endless expanse of trees that all looked the same. I ran blindly, branches tearing at my clothes and skin, until I stumbled into another clearing. In the center was a circle of stones, each one etched with those same sinister symbols. Inside the circle lay a pile of bones, bleached white and arranged in a way that seemed deliberate. My breath caught in my throat as I realized the bones weren't animal, they were human. I don't know how long I stood there, frozen in terror, but eventually I heard it. A low, guttural sound that sent shivers down my spine. It wasn't an animal, and it wasn't human. It was something else, something that shouldn't exist. I turned and ran, the sound growing louder, closer. The trees blurred together as I sprinted, my lungs burning and my legs threatening to give out. When I finally broke through the tree line and onto a paved road, I collapsed, gasping for air. A passing car stopped, and the driver helped me to my feet. I tried to explain what had happened, but the words wouldn't come. They took me to the nearest town, where I told my story to the local authorities. They searched the woods but found nothing. No cabin, no symbols, no bones. I've since tried to put the experience behind me, to convince myself it was just a hallucination brought on by stress and exhaustion. But every now and then, I see those piercing eyes in my dreams, and I wake up with the sound of that guttural growl echoing in my ears. The woods haven't called me back, and I pray they never do. The memory box. I never should have opened that box. The day started like any other Saturday morning, helping Mom clean out Grandma's house after her funeral. We'd been at it for weeks, sorting through decades of accumulated memories, trinkets, and the general detritus of a long life well lived. Most of it was exactly what you'd expect: old photos, costume jewelry, outdated clothes, and enough doilies to supply a Victorian tea party. But then I found the box. It was buried deep in the back of her bedroom closet, underneath a pile of moth-eaten sweaters. A simple wooden container about the size of a shoebox, with no markings or decorations except for a small brass latch. Something about it felt wrong. The wood was unnaturally cold to the touch, even though the house was warm from the summer heat. And when I picked it up, I could have sworn I heard something inside shift, like sand running through an hourglass. "Hey, Mom," I called out. "Did you know about this?" She poked her head into the bedroom, hands full of old newspapers destined for recycling. "What's that, honey?" "Found this box in Grandma's closet. Never seen it before." Mom frowned, setting down her armload of papers. "That's strange. I thought we'd gone through everything in there already." She came over to examine it, running her fingers along the smooth wooden surface. "I don't recognize it. Must be something she kept private." I might have imagined it, but her hand seemed to tremble slightly when she touched it. She withdrew quickly, rubbing her fingers as if they'd been stung. "Well, go ahead and open it if you want," she said, a bit too casually. "I need to get these papers out to the recycling bin." She hurried from the room before I could respond. I sat down on Grandma's old bed, the box heavy in my lap. The brass latch was tarnished, but still functional. It opened with a soft click that seemed unnaturally loud in the quiet room. Inside, I found a stack of old Polaroid photographs, their edges yellowed with age. The top one showed a young woman, my grandmother, I realized with a start, standing in front of an old farmhouse. She was smiling, but something about her expression seemed forced. Behind her, barely visible in one of the upper windows, was a dark shape that might have been a person watching. The next photo showed the same farmhouse from a different angle. No one in the frame this time, but all the windows were dark except for one, which seemed to glow with an impossible brightness. The longer I stared at it, the more that light seemed to pulse and writhe like something alive. Beneath the photos was a small leather-bound journal. The pages were filled with my grandmother's neat handwriting, but the words made no sense. They seemed to shift and change as I tried to read them, like trying to remember a dream upon waking. Only fragments remained clear. "They come at night now, always watching, always hungry. The children smile too wide, their teeth are wrong. It's spreading. God help me, it's spreading." The final entry, dated just 3 days before her death, was different. The handwriting was shaky, desperate. "Emily, if you're reading this, I'm so sorry. I thought I could protect you. I thought I could contain it. But it's too late now. They know about you. They've always known. Whatever you do, don't look up. Don't look at the ceiling. Don't..." The entry ended there, the pen trailing off into a jagged line. I didn't want to look up. Every instinct screamed at me to keep my eyes down, to close the box, to run from the room. But I couldn't help myself. I looked up. The ceiling was covered in handprints, hundreds of them, overlapping, pressed into the plaster as if made by hands trying to break through from the other side. As I watched, horror freezing me in place, one of the prints began to push outward. That was 3 weeks ago. I haven't slept since then. Not really. How can I, when every time I close my eyes, I see those hands reaching for me, when every mirror shows glimpses of faces that shouldn't be there, when the walls of my apartment pulse with a heartbeat that isn't mine? Mom won't talk about it. She changed her number, moved away without telling me where. The last time we spoke, her voice was different somehow. Wrong. like something else was speaking through her. The handprints are spreading. I find new ones every day. On my walls, my windows, the ceiling above my bed. They're getting closer. Last night I woke to find one pressed into the pillow beside my head, still warm to the touch. I tried to destroy the box, but it won't burn, won't break, won't stay buried. It always comes back, appearing in random places around my apartment. Sometimes I hear it at night. The soft click of the latch opening and closing, opening and closing. The photos are changing too. The figures in the background are clearer now, more defined. They're the same faces I see in my mirrors, in my windows, in the dark corners of my room at night. They're getting closer in each picture, and I know somehow that when they finally reach the foreground, it will be too late. I found a new photo in the box this morning. It shows me, sitting at my desk, writing this account. But it's not a photo from the past. The timestamp shows tomorrow's date. In the image, I'm not alone. They're standing behind me, their hands on my shoulders, their two wide smiles stretching impossibly far, and they're looking directly at the camera, directly at you. I have to go now. They're getting impatient. They want me to open the box one last time, to show them what's inside, to show them the newest photo, the one that shows you right now reading these words. Don't look up.